I understand the consequences. OK, Jules, let's start with you on this one. What are we looking out for here? Do you think this is an easy win for Arsenal?
No, easy win for Aston. No, it won't be. Even if Spurs are not as good as they were maybe at the start of the season, 2024 had been tough for them. They lost at home against Wolves. They were behind against Palace. They were 1-1 at half-time against Forest, for example, again in their own stadium. They got destroyed away at Fulham. They got obviously destroyed away at Newcastle as well in the last game. They haven't played for 2 weeks. I don't know if it's good to not play for 2 weeks after being destroyed like they did at Newcastle, or if it's better to play straight after to almost try to forget such a heavy defeat. But in the meantime, Arsenal have played 4 more games, so you would expect Spurs to be fitter if they haven't played for 2 weeks. More rested, for sure, but they will be at home and they are still fighting for that top 4 finish. We still don't know if 5th place will take you into the Champions League next season from England. So top 4 is a must for them, and just for that reason only, even if Arsenal were not fighting for the title, this is a must-win game for them.
Yeah, obviously a lot of momentum going Arsenal's way when it comes to their away record as well. They have the best away record in the Premier League right now, and you can see 39 goals scored in those games, 17 of them, 11 wins, 3 draws and 3 losses. But it looks as though Spurs are going to get to have a big say in this title race, Stevie.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not quite as confident as other people that Spurs can take points off Arsenal. I mean, other than it being a derby, and I did say last week that I was worried about Liverpool playing Everton in a derby because it was a derby, and it proved to be right. But other than that...
Good job, Stevie. Good job.
Other than that, I don't see any other reason why Tottenham takes anything from Arsenal. I mean, they've become unpredictable. They've certainly become really, really open all the time. If you look at the other side of the fence on Arsenal, you talk about predictable, consistent, at an incredible level. And they will love, that front 3 of Arsenal's will love having the space that Spurs are going to give them. Because Spurs aren't going to change the way they play. They're going after this. And if you're Arsenal, with the defence, certainly the way they've defended this year, that's why they're top of the league. As much as for scoring goals, they're top of the league because they've got a great defence. I tell you what, when that ball gets turned over and Arsenal get at that back line of Spurs, that's why I've got goals written all over this game.
You see them putting 4 goals past them away from home.
I think I've been actually kind on reflection, giving Tottenham 2, but I certainly can see Arsenal scoring 4 goals. The way that Spurs play the game, they're wide open. Arsenal absolutely take advantage of teams that leave themselves wide open. So it is a derby. That's the only reason, in my opinion, that could change this result. Nothing else. Certainly not form, certainly not the way they play, nothing like that.
Is it the derby factor that's made you say it's a draw?
Well, a couple of things. Yeah, the derby factor, which has the potential of making this match about emotion. Not quality of play, not talented players on the field, but emotion. And emotion can carry you a long way if you're Spurs. If it is about execution and quality of execution, then it should be Arsenal that should win this game. But because it is a derby, maybe emotions take over. And the other thing that I was looking into is, at some point, somebody's going to trip. Whether it's Manchester City or Arsenal. And neither one of them had the luxury to trip. Liverpool already did against Everton. And so it feels like, all right, well, if somebody's going to trip, and at some point it's got to be either Manchester City or Arsenal, well, what better scenario than a game that is highly competitive, emotional, that perhaps you don't worry so much about the quality of play, but about the bad challenge, a 50-50 duel, the stadium is pushing you. You can see the scenarios by which this could be the moment in which Arsenal trip. If for no other reason, you're looking at an Arsenal team that, yeah, Jules just mentioned, it's 4 matches that have been stressful matches up until the Chelsea game where they were fully dominant. And so it's hard for me to kind of make an argument against Arsenal, and this isn't an argument against Arsenal. It's more along the lines of these games have a way of ruining somebody's party. And it so happens to be Arsenal's party that Spurs has a chance to ruin.
Well, the party continues here on this set tonight because Jules will be joining us for extra time, answering your questions that you've also kindly sent in. Football Federation have decided that VAR is probably not worth it, and they've become the first country to reject the introduction of VAR. They plan to introduce it, but a majority of Swedish clubs were, quote, actively opposed to its introduction. Sid Lowe doesn't necessarily disagree with the Swedes either.
Holy smoke, who's that?
Oh, my goodness.
It's a very young Sid.
Wow.
Sid says, good on him. I'm not 100% sure anymore what I would do, but very often my gut reaction on VAR is in the bin. And genuinely, I'm not convinced that you, Sweden in this case, would lose that much by playing without it. So, Sid, you can see their point, it's fair to say.
I certainly can. Have I ever told you how much I like the Swedes? Good on you, Sweden. I mean, look, this really, in truth, this is a much broader debate, and it's one that we would need a lot more time on. And actually, I wouldn't have, as I mentioned in that tweet, I wouldn't have a really clear answer on it. But my issue with VAR, and I've always said this, and I think this is one of the reasons why I kind of don't engage, or I tend not to engage with people saying, yeah, but what about this decision? Or what about that decision? My issue with VAR is very rarely about the justice or otherwise of it. It's about the impact it's having on the games themselves and on the way that games are refereed. So you get decisions where you wait too long. You get a game that gets stopped and started. I think you see very minor things become game-deciding things all the time because they get spotted by VAR, which isn't to say it's wrong that they get spotted, but things that didn't happen before. And I also think one of the problems with VAR, I think, is that fundamentally its introduction was predicated, from my point of view at least, on two, I'm going to call them lies. That's maybe lie is a bit of a strong word, but on two false premises. And premise number one was, before VAR, football was an absolute disaster. It was terrible. Terrible injustices were happening all the time, and we desperately needed to do something. We really didn't, you know. Football was all right. Yes, there was some injustice. Yes, there were some bad decisions, but it wasn't a terrible thing that we absolutely had to fix. And the second false premise upon which it was based is precisely the word I've just used, something we had to fix. And because we started talking about technology, and because we started talking about replays, and because we started talking about clear and obvious, we allowed ourselves to believe, now admittedly this is our fault, no one else's, and it's all of us, we allowed ourselves to believe, but with VAR it'll be fine. There will be no more injustice. There will be no more bad decisions. There will be no more problems. And there are. And people will always say to you, but it's not the technology, it's the people applying it. Yes, absolutely. But the technology changes the way that we do things. So that idea that we really had to fix it, I think, was false. And that idea that it would be fixed was always going to be false. But of course, now it's harder for us to take.
Doing it as such.
I am on the defence a little bit. I am on the fence a little bit because I accept, having said all those things, I accept that now, if you see a game, and there are some games, for example, in the early rounds of the Copa del Rey when there's no VAR, and you see a bad decision, it's hard now, isn't it? Because you think, oh, but I know that could be fixed, and it is hard. And there are bits of VAR that I think, for example, that would, automatic offsides. I think, well, that doesn't really get in the way. That doesn't waste much time. It doesn't break the flow of the game. I'm sort of with that. And offside is objective as well, although I do understand the argument that says, how can we be ruining goals and ruining goal celebrations for the sake of something that's absolutely minuscule? I'd be well behind goal line technology, which, funnily enough, is the one bit of VAR that Spain doesn't have. So it's got all these terrible bits of VAR that ruin the game. And the one thing that you can do really quickly, really objectively, without any problems, nah, we won't have that one. We'll have all the rubbish bits instead. And so I genuinely am not sure, because I think we've gone too far with VAR to go back on it. And I think I would look, not just me, but like those of us who are kind of a little bit unsure about VAR, we would look like a bunch of old dinosaurs if we now wanted to get rid of it. But I would very much be in favour of a really stripped back version of VAR. And of course that comes down to that phrase, doesn't it? Clear and obvious. Part of the problem is we can't agree on what clear and obvious is. So it's funny really, because clear and obvious is not clear and obvious.
That sounds like Sid might be rummaging back in the bin for what he put in the bin.
It's like, I really hate it, but I don't hate it that much. I kind of hate it. I want it. I don't want it.
Oh, listen, this is Stevie. Did he convince you?
No, you can't go back on VAR.
Oh, Stevie!
Well, the thing is, Sid, I love the way you put. Well, you know what? We did get decisions wrong, but it's okay.
It was all right.
It's okay now and again to get a decision wrong. We're going to again.
Yeah.
And you actually covered every single base when you were defending it by saying, well, somebody will always say about this goal and that free kick and that, as if it doesn't matter. Well, it does matter, and it's important. And the important thing is that VAR, I think the game is better for VAR, but we just got to learn to use it better. The fact that they were taking a step...
We really have.
The fact that we're taking a step now with the offside, now it's going to be, what's the official name?
Semi-automated.
Semi-automated is going to be quicker. That's a step in the right direction. So we're taking a step in the right direction using VAR. We cannot go back to all this nonsense about we don't need VAR and goals are not goals and, well, it would have been a goal, but the referee missed it or the linesman missed it. We can't go that way. We just got to accept it and get better at it.
If Oviedo was depending on a call by VAR to be promoted to La Liga, I'm pretty sure that Sid would be all about VAR.
Me too. Louise, go on, Sid.
I mean, in all seriousness, that is part of the problem, isn't it? I mean, Ali's absolutely right, by the way. But in all seriousness, that is part of the problem. Is, of course, we look at VAR and we go, oh, it's great when it rescues us. And when it goes against your team, you think it's the worst thing in the world. I just wanted to throw a statistic at you, by the way.
Oh, here we go.
And this is a statistic, I think, from last year or maybe the season before in Spain. And I was talking to a former referee about this. And obviously, I have a problem with this stat because this stat is based on someone's judgment. And I think it was based on a judgment of the Spanish Technical Committee of Referees. But the stat was that pre-VAR, referees got on average, I think, over the course of a season, I think it was 94.5% of decisions right. Now, I'm inventing the stat, well, I'm not inventing the stat, but I just don't remember exactly, but it's more or less what I'm saying to you. 94 and a bit percent they got right pre-VAR. Post-VAR, it was something a bit over 97. I think it was 97, close to 98%. And I must admit, I did think to myself, 3 percentage points for all of the ways that VAR impacts upon the game doesn't actually seem like that much of an improvement to me. And what I mean as much as anything else is, if it was 94, 95% of decisions before, that's what I mean by it wasn't really, really terrible before. And I don't think, you know, we didn't spend 100 years saying football's completely rubbish because too many bad decisions happen. Once in a while a bad one would happen, but not that many.
Can we agree that Sid is not on the fence?
No.
Can we agree that he's not on the fence?
I don't know how many cameras they have. I don't know how many cameras they have at Swedish games. But I know.
Here we go.
But I know what we do have in the Prem and La Liga and the other bigger leagues. And can you imagine with no VAR, every show like ours would be talking forever about all the mistakes the referees made. The referees would end up being...
But we still are. Even with VAR, we're still doing that. We're still arguing after every game.
Yeah, but we're arguing about this. You try opening it up like that. Because we think referees can make better decisions when the game's going at 100 miles an hour and they've got to make a quick decision. You're telling me that they're making better decisions doing that than somebody being able to see it again. The fact is we do argue about the guy in VAR who does make a horrendous decision. But can you imagine if we got rid of it? But you've still got 60 million cameras.
And it's a wonderful world.
Cameras
I can see rainbows.
We'd just be sitting here looking at replays all game going, got that wrong, got that wrong, got that wrong.
All I heard is that you want to be part of the ESPN FC Sweden.
What?
In Stockholm. In Gothenburg.
Let's end it here so we can let Sid and Louise finally get some rest. Louise, you're going to play the Emperor. Is it a thumbs up or a thumbs down on what Sid had to say?
No.
Thumbs up.
Sid.
Yeah. Okay. We'll let you guys get some rest now. Thanks so much for being with us. And if you want to see something just as passionate as Sid this weekend, make sure to catch the Seville derby on Sunday. It is Real Betis against Sevilla. Sid will be pitchside, no doubt getting very angry about VAR. There's some big games this weekend, including Atleti against Athletic. About Xavi staying on, and we're getting a chance to talk to you guys now, you and Luis, about this decision. Let me start with you, Sid. Were you surprised to see it, and what's the feeling been about it?
Not remotely surprised to see it. on the face of it, this is a shock, obviously, because it's less than 3 months since he said he was going, but not at all surprised, because if you look at the way that Xavi has been responding, and you look at the results in the last 2, 3, maybe even 4 weeks, there's been a definite move towards this. Now, Xavi has been asked the same question in every single press conference after every single game, time and time and time again. Does this change anything? Because, of course, Barcelona went on that run of 13 games without being beaten. Does this change everything? He kept saying no and no and no and no, and it got a little bit silly. But then you notice that the no starts coming with, well, nothing's changed, and he was using the Spanish phrase, which Luis will be familiar with, a día de hoy. As of today, nothing has changed. Well, of course, as soon as you're saying that as of today, nothing has changed, well, tomorrow's another day. And it was really, really clear that there was a sense that the way that he felt about the job, the way that Barcelona felt about him, the way that he was engaging with players and with fans, and of course results, was shifting into a better place. And I think at that point you started the kind of feeling that actually he knows that even if it's not perfect, this is what he wants to do. And Barcelona are looking at it as well. And this is a key element. Never overlook this key element. Barcelona weren't finding it easy to find a replacement. So you get to a point where actually this kind of makes sense. But to answer your question about how do people feel about it, what do people think, I don't think anybody is, how do I put this? I don't think anyone is celebrating this decision. I don't think anyone's thinking, oh, wow, it's absolutely fantastic that Xavi's continuing. I think most people think, well, it's kind of the right thing. It's kind of normal. But I don't think anybody thinks that this is a huge success. In a way, there's a slight embarrassment that they've been through these 3 months when they needn't have done.
Well, let's put that theory to the test, shall we? Luis, are you celebrating this decision?
Yes, of course, I'm celebrating the decision because he's a friend of mine. I think that he can do a good job at Barcelona. He did it last year, and this year, because of so many different situations, he has been struggling. But in the end, I think that Xavi deserves another chance to prove that he's a fantastic manager and that he can bring this Barcelona to the next level. And I agree with Sid. Xavi's been changing the way to address this matter. He's been changing the way he was answering. No, I'm not the important one. Let's focus on the game. I'm not the important one. The important ones are the players. So it was delayed to say no. I haven't changed my mind, and I'm gonna continue living. So I was expecting. I had in the back of my head something that he was saying. Yeah, if the things are going well, and I think that Xavi felt the confidence of the crowd in many of the last games. Felt the confidence of the chairman, and of course felt the confidence of the players. And being at that point, if the club managed to give him some more players, a couple maybe that he can adapt, that he can bring to this 11, I think that Xavi can change the course of this Barcelona for next year. So I'm happy for Xavi, and I'm happy for Barcelona.
Sid, we're seeing some conflicting reports on the backroom staff and what's changed there for Xavi. What reports have you seen on this situation?
Well, the situation is essentially that what Barcelona want to do is change or at least update slightly the approach to the physical preparation. And so I think what we're going to see is we are probably going to see a new coordinator of the fitness training and the fitness regime that they use. And I think we'll probably see a change in the staff relating to physiotherapy as well. Physiotherapy and pre-match and post-match preparation of players. There was a suggestion at one point that there might even be a desire to change the assistant coach, or at least to add an extra assistant coach. There was talk about Dominic Torrent, who had worked, of course, with Pep Guardiola. That I don't think is going to happen, although it wouldn't amaze me if at the end of the season that gets readdressed. But I think what we'll see is a shift in the building of the team in terms of the fitness preparation for the side, but I don't think in anything else. And then as Luis was saying, by the way, that question about what do Barcelona do now next year in terms of strengthening the team, that's a really difficult one, because the truth is, of course, as we know, they don't have the financial muscle to do that, and it's going to be very difficult for them to reinforce the team. But they are talking optimistically about being able to get to 1-to-1. Now, what 1-to-1 means in the financial fair play rules is very simple. As the name suggests, you can spend €1 for every euro that you manage to make. So if you sell a player for 50 million euros, you can buy a player for 50 million euros. In other words, you can't just go and buy. You can only do it if you make savings, but you're now back on an even keel, which Barcelona haven't been in this position over the last 3 years. So that would be good news. The problem is, of course, that we've heard optimistic messages from Barcelona before. And until it actually happens, I think it's probably the right thing to do to be cautious about those kind of messages. And I don't think Xavi will be able to have really big name signings in the summer.
Sid, I'd love to get your opinion on La Liga taking their games abroad. You've obviously been covering the league for decades now. What are your thoughts on it actually being played, league games outside of Spain?
Well, this is something that Javier Tebas, the president of the league, has talked about before this first came up. I think 3 years ago now, when he was talking about taking a Girona-Barcelona game abroad. One of the reasons why this has become an issue again is, of course, before it was blocked by the Spanish Federation, because Tebas and Rubiales, the president of the Spanish Federation, didn't get on at all and the Federation blocked it. Now, what's happened since then? Two really big things. One, the Federation has taken the Super Cup to Saudi Arabia. Abroad looks a little bit weak. And the other, of course, as everybody knows, Rubiales has now been forced out of the Federation. So Tebas is going to try again. Now, I have a number of issues with this. And one of the ones that I have is that I'm a little bit doubtful about the impact, the real impact on a foreign market, in this case probably the US, but it may well be that they look at other countries as well, in terms of the legacy of that game. Now, obviously, it's one thing to say, get a huge stadium, sell it out. Will you sell it out? Will that game generate money? Yes, it probably will. My doubt is whether it generates real money in terms of genuinely creating a new fan base, because presumably the immense majority of the people that go will be people who are already fans of Spanish football. They may not necessarily kind of start spending more money on Spanish football, following it more deeply than they already are. You may not get a huge influx of new fans, not least, of course, because La Liga's plan at the moment is for only one game. Now, I think we all probably realise that it will start with one game and it will end up being more. Then you're going to have the argument about which teams is it? What kind of compensation do you give to fans of those teams here in Spain if you take games off them here and take them, in this case, to the US or to wherever else it is they end up playing? I think it's problematic, but I don't think it's an insurmountable problem. But I must admit, personally, I'm uncomfortable with it.
Okay, we're all based in the US here. On the point about getting new fans, and we know there are lots of La Liga fans already here in the US, do you think that's something that it would be able to do to get new La Liga fans on board here?
Oh, man. You know, this is a conversation and from a different angle that has been taking place in Major League Soccer for a long period of time, that you bring in some of the European teams here to play MLS teams, and the hope is that those fans that are coming to watch the European team, whether that's Manchester United or Arsenal or Spurs or whoever it may be, and they're watching their local MLS team, that somehow they make the connection with their local MLS team. And so therefore, next weekend when the local MLS team is playing at home and Manchester United has gone back home, those guys are going to come back. That crowd is going to come back. And I can just tell you, having gone through it myself, that doesn't quite happen. The moment that Barcelona goes home, the moment that Real Madrid goes home, those people that came to watch Real Madrid and Barcelona are not coming back to watch the local MLS team. I've seen it happen. I've gone through it myself. And so I have to then sort of play out this scenario that you're putting forth, okay, and say, okay, if indeed it's Barcelona-Girona, the Barcelona fans are going to go crazy. They're all going to go watch, right? The Girona fans, wherever they may be, they're going to show up. And those are it. See, your regular Dallas Cowboys fan is not coming to watch Barcelona play and magically becomes a Barcelona fan. He's probably already, or he or she is already a Barcelona fan to begin with, if you're coming and showing up to watch this game. If you're going to pay whatever money you're asked to pay in order to watch this game, it's because you're probably a fan of Barcelona already. And if you're making the 5-hour drive to watch Girona play, it's because you're probably a hardcore Girona fan to come and watch your team play. I don't think you're making new fans. I just think you're strengthening your position as Barcelona fans or whoever the other team may be. So this idea that by playing games abroad, you're attracting a new crowd, yeah, a casual sort of new eyes onto La Liga. But to follow it week in, and week out, I don't think that's quite the case. I think that's something that plays very well in a boardroom and in a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation, but it doesn't play well in reality.
So let's hear from Mikel Arteta ahead of the game, and our very own James Ollie will wrap up afterwards what Mikel Arteta said.
What I can tell you is that the boys are going to be fully ready on Sunday to go to play against a great opponent that's going to make things very difficult for us, and are going to have to be very good to beat them. I love the fact that we played 4 times and then we had some great experience, a very demanding week. We managed to have some really good results in the last 2, and obviously that boosted the confidence and the belief of everybody, and we are in a good place. It's good headaches though. Yeah, you feel for the players because as well I see how much they want it and how much everyone wants to start and contribute to a team and impact the team in the right way. So it is always difficult and it's part of the job. But as well, they're fully ready to come on the pitch in whenever time that we need them to try to help us to win matches, and the spirit is so good. I hope so, but that's something that you have to show every season, every game, and in this league that's extremely difficult to do it 2 years in a row. We're not satisfied with that. We want to win it, and we're going to make everything that we can to win it. And if we do win it, we will try again to win it, and if we don't, for sure we'll try again.
Well, Mikel Arteta sat here at London Colney to preview the North London derby between Tottenham and Arsenal. Massive game, always one of high emotions, but Arteta's somebody who tends to play down these big occasions. He doesn't like to give a lot away or try and inflame the tensions with a potentially volatile opposition. So he kind of played a lot of that down. He instructed his players to put the rivalry to one side and focus on the win that they need to stay in the Premier League title race. Of course, the league is out of their hands, and that's really taken place over the last 15 days or so, which is the time in which Spurs have not had a game. And it feels as though they might have an advantage in one sense because their players will be well rested. But of course, they've not got the rhythm that Arsenal have got from playing 4 games in that time. However, it's been quite a tumultuous period for Arsenal. They lost at home to Aston Villa. They then went to Germany and were knocked out in the quarter-final stage of the Champions League by Bayern Munich. But 2 good wins back-to-back against Wolves and Chelsea have set them up for what will be a massive game on Sunday, no matter how much Arteta tries to play it down. They're going to need to manage their emotions and also execute their game plan perfectly if they're going to get the win they need to stay on track.
Good stuff there from James, talking about Mikel Arteta. Dallin, Arsenal have played 4 times since Spurs last played that 4-0 defeat at Newcastle. Are you preferring the fresh team, or are you preferring the team that's match ready and just played a few days ago?
Well, I think I prefer the form that Arsenal's in right now, without a doubt. Now, those 5 days, as James alluded to there, when you lose to Villa, congratulations, LME, on your team. And I sent that. I will let everybody know I did send him a congratulatory thing on Instagram because we had a great time there, and that was as painful as it was for me. I was like, that dude's having the time of his life. Don't roll your eyes, Mark. It's okay.
I made the record show, Mark Donaldson. I didn't bring it up. All right.
It was from my side. I think I was also just really, really drunk at that point. And then you have the game a couple days later, Bayern, which was a hope of, okay, can we go on the road and get a result, maybe get in penalties, maybe win an overtime, extra time, whatever it may be. Can you find a way to get it done? And they didn't do that. That was a heartbreaking 5 days. But to bounce back and to play the way they played, Wolves' game was a professional performance. This midweek against Chelsea was everything's going your way. You're high flying. You destroy one of your London rivals. That's the kind of mode and mojo you want to have coming into the North London derby. The problem with that is on the other side, though, Spurs having 2 weeks off, they need it. They're beat up. Udogie, we'll talk about him. His absence is critical, but you may get Richarlison back. Last time they played, they got embarrassed by Newcastle 4-0. 2 weeks to think about that. You're playing at home in your building against your rival where you can literally end their chance to win a championship. Everything is on their side and all the pressure is on Arsenal. So I prefer the form. But when you look at the kind of the narrative of what's gone on around Tottenham's club the last 2 weeks, or lack thereof, those guys are coming in literally the whole this season could be ending right there. They could end Arsenal season, but again, obviously they're still in the Champions League race too. So they have everything to play for, and I feel like zero pressure. So when you look at that balance of it, I might rather be the Spurs, but the form of Arsenal is formidable.
LME, I was looking at the game earlier this season, the 2-2 draw at the Emirates. Then going back to last season, Arsenal won at the London Stadium, White Hart Lane, Spurs Stadium, whatever you want to call it these days. Certainly not the London Stadium. Arsenal winning before that. So you have to go back to May 2022 when Spurs beat Arsenal by 3-0. When you look at what Everton did to Liverpool, Liverpool's the better side, but hard work can beat ability if ability doesn't work hard. Copyright my third grade teacher back in the day. They've got to look at that and go, you know what, as Dallin was saying, this is an opportunity now to not maybe put an end to Arsenal's title hopes, but to severely dent it. And you saw the joy that the Everton fans got from Liverpool's defeat at Goodison this week.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Listen, when we talk about a derby, as Dallin was talking about, and you rightly questioned it, this is about form, momentum versus the mentality of what happens in a very high stakes, emotional, possibly tumultuous, rivalry against your bitter opponents. And like you said, the Merseyside derby proved to be that case. There are a few factors, I think, in this game that we have to remember. Number one, just echoing what Dallin said regarding that break, that 2-week break that Tottenham has had, leading up to it. Before that, it was that loss against Newcastle. I will add, by the way, that since Tottenham got that really good victory against Aston Villa on March 10th, they actually haven't impressed me at all. They haven't been that good, despite the fact getting some victories. One against Luton and then the draw against West Ham. It really hasn't been that impressive. So I think these 2 weeks, Postecoglou has needed to use this to reflect, to press the restart button. But in a Postecoglou system, sometimes when you take that much of a breather, it can be a detriment, because what you're gaining in energy and fitness and reflection on tactics, you're probably losing a little bit when it comes to what you do with the ball. And that's probably Tottenham's biggest weakness. Now comes Arsenal, a side that has picked itself up after wins against Wolves, a fantastic win against Chelsea, and now looking ahead to this, there's a right justification why Mikel Arteta doesn't want to, big things up here, because he knows what the job is at hand. Tottenham have had a long time to really focus and take this into consideration. And aside from the fact that obviously this is Arsenal and they're at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, they're still hunting, right? It's not easy, but they're still hunting for the Champions League spot, and this is a must-win for them for that. They have to win this. I think they have to win this. If they don't win this, because guess what? They have Chelsea coming up in a few days, and they still have to play Manchester City and Liverpool. So from just a purely narrative perspective, I think this is a must-win for Tottenham. I think a draw is not completely detrimental, but it doesn't really help them as much as a victory. And I think it's going to be very important for everybody to remember that Postecoglou is not just here to be a party crasher. He wants to make sure that Tottenham keep going. But as Dallin mentioned, we have to talk about the depth of their squad, because they're missing a player that's very, very important for this one.
Yeah, let's do that now. So no Udogie. So Ben Davies is probably going to come in. He doesn't play the role the same way as Udogie does, although Ange Postecoglou likes his fullbacks to get forward. So you may see Pedro Porro given more of a license. The big question is, Dallin, we've seen this season, Richarlison started the season up front, Son wide left, then he got hurt, Son went through the middle, Richarlison's been through the middle. This will be like the third time if he starts. Would you start Richarlison through the middle instead of Son and have him at left midfield, or what would you do?
The challenge for me is obviously for any of us. We haven't seen training. Like, what are we taking from Richarlison? What can he give you, and for how long can he give you it? And if you're going to have to adapt in the second half, what does that shape change look like, or how are you going to alter things based on some other key pieces missing? So I would wonder how he's health-wise. If he's good to go, if you can believe he can give you 75 minutes, I'm probably starting through the middle, play Sonny out on the left side. I do think that you're going to have some challenges around that defensively, though. This is the problem. Udogie's been one of the best left backs in the league so far this year, and missing him is huge. And we know how big Saka is, but obviously with the overlap of Ben White on the right side, a lot of Arsenal's attacking options have come down the right. Trossard's been very good as of late, and Martinelli, when he was in his pomp, has been very good at times too on that left side, and then generating some things, especially when Zinchenko can play and get in the midfield and give them a more balanced attack. But if they're going to play primarily through the right side and look for offensive opportunities there, I do think they have the advantage in that regard. So especially just the way that Spurs play, and we'll get to some of the odds and whatnot, but the over-under in terms of 2.5 goals, which is kind of your standard mark, is minus 230. Like, that is a monster number in terms of, like, people, all the bookmakers think we're looking at least 3 goals, and if not more. 3.5 is plus 115, which is closer to even money. I think they're looking at the fact that both these teams want to play in the front foot, both of them play aggressively. I don't think Tottenham has gone 5 straight home games without a clean sheet, I believe. And we think there's going to be goals, and I think there's going to be an ability to expose things here. But I do think the key part of this game, really, is Arsenal and their defensive capabilities. Like, they have been outstanding defensively all year, and I think we always talk about their young attacking players, but defensively, their ability to control the game, to at times absorb some pressure in some of their bigger games, whether it's Liverpool or City, particularly City in both matches, and particularly on the road, to be able to manage that process is huge. And the last thing I will say is David Raya and how he starts the game. We've seen him at times in some of these big matches start a little shaky, and I do go back to City. Early Liverpool looked a little tight. like how they start at the back and how comfortable he is playing out of the back and not making mistakes will be critical, because I do think the defensive capabilities of Arsenal are where these teams are truly separated.
Yeah, I want to get some value odds from you in just a second. But LME, I know you think that you'd have Son through the middle, but I want to ask you, who's your Arsenal front three? Because we saw in the double game week, Havertz played deeper, then Havertz played as the false nine. So what are you doing as your front three for Arsenal at Spurs on Sunday?
Yeah, that's a good question, because the thing is, when you put Kai Havertz a little bit deeper, especially against the Tottenham team who likes to chase, who likes to press, it can be a good thing if Havertz is feeling it in possession, or it can be a good thing if you put him higher up and he relies on that counter. I think obviously you put Bukayo Saka on one side, and this might just be the game for Leandro Trossard to start. Just because of that energy and the capability to go at players, specifically because even if Pedro Porro starts, he's just coming back from an injury. We know Destiny Udogie is not going. So there's going to be a lot of spaces from either side, right? So I would put Leandro Trossard in there as well with Gabriel Jesus. I think that would be my lineup. And then Kai Havertz, if he can be a little bit deeper, once again, replicate the things that he has done recently, then that would be, my answer to that. I think, listen, I just want to go back to something that you said, because you mentioned the September game. That was a wonderful, entertaining game for the neutral. Yeah. Bukayo Saka got a brace. Heung-min Son got a brace as well. It was a wonderful back and forth. And the reason why I bring it up is because why I think Heung-min Son should start through the middle. Because now, before in that game, they didn't have Timo Werner. And what I would do is I would put Heung-min Son in the center with James Maddison just behind him, and then Brennan Johnson with Timo Werner and James Maddison all protecting Heung-min Son, because I think this is the kind of game where Heung-min Son is going to have to be more than just one position, if you get my drift. And Richarlison, because he's just coming back from injury, I think it's a little bit risky to just, all right, son, there you go, get in there and try and push it against the currently leader of the Premier League. So I would put Heung-min Son in that center position, just because that's exactly what he did in September. And if Tottenham can be a little bit better from a controlling perspective, the moment you lose the ball, right, then it can be easier. But my God, there hasn't been, by the way, a clean sheet, a stalemate in this game since 2009. So you can almost guarantee there's going to be goals here.
Yeah, real quick, Mark, let me just, I want everybody to just understand how I watched that game in September. I was in a Vegas hotel room with my brother, who's a Spurs fan. We watched that thing together, 6 a.m. local time, off of Vegas night. Your boys were committed, and now I sound like a complete drunk. Not sober at that time, of the night, the time of the morning.
You hadn't been to bed. You had not been to bed.
We slept for about 3 hours. It was about a 3-hour nap. We took a quick nap.
Sleep.
Well, we were on East Coast time. We turned in a good effort. That was a solid performance by us, and then we got up and watched the game, and that got ugly quickly.
Well, to be fair, you did message at the time, and you said it was plus 500 that you make your flight on the way back, as far as the odds were concerned. Speaking of value, there is no value in betting the over 2.5, because the bookies think there's going to be loads. What does ESPN bet give us as far as value, and what do you think is value here, Darren?
Well, in all honesty, I think you're looking at it, like I said, if you want to zag, and I may do this, the under 2.5 goals, because the number in that's going to be pretty hefty in terms of if this game is not the way everybody thinks. And bear in mind, sometimes with these huge games, but LME is right. This game in particular, North London Derby, does tend to deliver. That's why neutrals love this game. Got to think about that. The biggest value for me as a Spurs double, win or draw, and you get even money. Again, and this is trying to maybe protect myself a little bit as a fan. When you're playing at home in these derby matches, we've already noted, we just saw it this week already in the Merseyside derby with a team at Everton that, yes, they're trying to they're in the relegation battle, but it's more than that. It's the chance to spoil your team's opportunity. Spurs are still playing for so much. They've gone through the tactics of it. That's where I think the most value is if they get a result here at even money. And maybe the draw at plus 310. I think Arsenal can win the game. I struggle to just put my money there and not hedge it at all as a fan. Let's call it an emotional hedge, guys. We know where my heart lies, but can we make a little money? Beyond nervous. Guys, we looked at this in March and January. My brother, I'm like, Spurs is going to determine so many things within this season. We knew this game for Arsenal, and you already mentioned Liverpool, City, and us all playing in that like final stretch. Like Spurs is like holding the keys to how this thing's going to end. It's kind of wild.
It sure is. Now, the plus 310 is certainly appealing. What about as far as the title race is concerned? The plus 310 for the draw is appealing. This is what we have. We have a slightly different scenario for the top four now, because the English teams have been rubbish in Europe over the past month, and that's if they
excuse me.
So hold on, except Villa, You boys can't get the coefficient all by yourself, and as a result, the fact that none of the other English teams have gone through means it's probably only going to be fourth that gets into the Champions League next year, and not fifth. Okay, LME, any value here? There's no value in Villa. Spurs might be the value. Man United's a dart throw. Arsenal the value for the title, or Man City, if they win out, they're going to win it. Let's break this down, LME. Where's the value here?
The value's in Arsenal winning the league. I know that Dallin doesn't want to hear that right now. He's trying to hold on to any kind of superstition, but I think that's a good value right there, reminding of what's happening, because Arsenal, yes, they, just like James Holley reminded us at the beginning of this segment, there is no control from Arsenal's perspective because of that loss to Villa at the Emirates, right? But with a plus 225, and the fact that Man City, by the way, still have to play a few key games, including Tottenham as well. As Dallin was mentioning, they play the narrative a lot for the remainder of the season. I think that's a good one. From the top four perspective, I think minus 350, there is no value in Villa on getting that. They're looking good for it under Unai Emery. But again, because Tottenham controls so much of this storyline, and this North London derby might just be the most high-stakes North London derby in the last decade, I think this is a good one as well to bet. But I would actually go more for the Arsenal plus 225 for the title. Man City control it, but only just. And by the way, goal differential could be key here. And that win against Chelsea, from Arsenal's perspective, was massive. That's why Man City needed to respond against Brighton. This is such a tremendously exciting title race for the neutral. Obviously, Dallin's, eating all his fingernails, but this is a really entertaining one, and I like the Arsenal plus 225.
Yeah, just one final thing for Dallin before he goes. This is slightly unusual because, first of all, plus 225 is 9-4. That's the way when I was growing, and it's taken me a little bit of time to get to this plus 225. But you would think, what about an Arsenal Spurs double, plus 225, plus 250?
Yeah.
But then you think no. Then you think they're playing each other. So that is not the way to go, is it?
No, that is not it. I will say this, that there's interesting, because before that Brighton game, City was minus 140. And I think I held out a little bit more hope. I was like, okay, what can Brighton show? You wish kind of Brighton was closer to the European places. Maybe they would have competed a little bit harder, or maybe change some tactics there. We don't need to get in that game too much. I thought they had a chance to compete a little bit better, but it was minus 140. As soon as they won the game, it was less about the 4-0 scoreline. Winning that game put them kind of in this pole position where, when you look at their opponents ahead, very few are playing for much left when you look at where some of those teams are, 10, 11, 12 in the table, outside of Spurs. So you're really kind of hanging your hat on Spurs, and the fact that a lot of these games for City are away from home. I would have loved, this is sacrilegious to say, for them to beat Madrid and stay in the Champions League. We want to keep pushing and testing that team, and having their divided attention, I think, may have actually benefited Arsenal in the long run. But overall, that change in numbers shows you just how big a favorite City is, and it's hard for me to argue that, because they control their own opportunity. If Arsenal controlled their opportunity, LME, I'd be right there. I believe that they could get it done. I still believe they can win every game left, but because of what happened at Villa Park, that has changed the equation here, and that's where we sit right now. Last thing I will say, before the season, Arsenal to finish top 2 played plus 165. So your boy has a ticket for that. So I'm winning either way, because Liverpool fell apart. So I feel pretty good there.
North London Derby is on Sunday, 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 a.m. Vegas.
Thanks,
Right.
Across your hundreds of matches in the last 12 years, I'm sure last weekend was one of your favourite teams, your most profitable, no matter what the shape jobs that you have done. And they're going to give you both barrels tomorrow, and they are still the measuring stick for all sides, aren't they?
You're only as good as your next game. That's always been my motto. It doesn't change. It won't for this one.
When Aitana Bonmati accuses you of playing dirty, is that something you take issue with, or do you think Greg would be on their skin?
I think everything Barcelona say they're entitled to. They've earned their position. They've earned, their status in Europe. They're the best team in Europe. They've demonstrated that. I think they're entitled to say what they want.
So you have no issue with that? Did you feel you did play dirty? Was that a tactic, preordained tactic?
As one knows, I'm pretty sure she didn't mean a lot of those things, but in a world of clickbait, you all made a headline out of it. She's a super player, best in the world, even better live. I know she has a respect for her opponents. Like I said, they've earned anything and they're entitled to do what they want.
Do you sense that the players are playing an emotion, if you like, that there is a sense of let's do this for Emma?
I think our players play for our badge. I think our players play for their family. I think our players play for each other. I'm part of that. I'm in a team. It's not me, it's us, it's we. And these players play at this football club to play in every game for Chelsea, not just the one tomorrow.
Just one final one from me. I appreciate you saying it's not about you, but for you personally, obviously there's still 2 games to go, but is this the holy grail for you? Is this the perfect farewell winning this competition?
As I said before, this is a game we want to be in and we're looking forward to it, but
Blues.
You know, our
then
team has huge experience of being in these positions, and you know, we attack the game exactly the same way we do every week, and it's just another game for us. Hey. Yeah. The litmus test of all of that is the first game in Stamford Bridge next season. Making sure our marketing, commercial, comms teams have the right strategy to turn 35,000 tomorrow into 35,000 for the beginning of next season. I'm only here to, you know, challenge the club and grow the game, and of course I'm delighted that our girls deserve, you know, that opportunity, but for me this is one more step in the right direction of growing the women's game.
Yeah, I know speaking to many guys this week, she said, you know, you guys expected an even better Barcelona in this league, they were perhaps below their level last week, so yeah, I'm assuming you've got to go up and learn tonight.
They're the best team in the world. I've said it millions of times. They know how to be in this position. No matter what they throw at us, you know, whether it's bringing a false 9 lower, whether it's overloading to the right hand side, whether it's accessing the pivot, whether it's, you know, drawing us out of position. Barcelona can hurt you in so many different ways that for us as a team, we have to be so mindful that you can't switch off for one single session. This is a game that's played in the head first and foremost, and you know, we know that we absolutely have to be perfect to be able to progress.
Yeah, of course, we're all really excited for it. I think, yeah, with the amount of tickets sold and being at Stamford Bridge, it's, yeah, Champions League's it's, yeah, really exciting and can't wait to get there.
Thanks, all of us.
Emma, you had a clean prepare for this game, which is quite well prepared.
Don't think of having a clean or a non-clean week as an advantage. It's just that's what it is, and means we've had more build time, more prep time, more reflection, more analysis. But that's normal for us in a single game week, and I think it went like most single game weeks go, and still lots of complaining in the position games because Neve's 5th in the leaderboard, topped by Jess Carter's at the top actually overall season, and who's top in the first half?
I don't want to talk about it.
It's Ashley Lawrence. For us, we've just been hugely competitive all week, but trust me, officiating some of these games in training I'm sometimes more grateful when you don't have a lot of training prep, because then I don't have as much of a headache.
And obviously it will be an emotional occasion tomorrow with the crowd, with what's at stake. How do you kind of like ride that emotional wave while also kind of staying composed, not getting overwhelmed by everything?
The only person who can send me over the edge is my child. Like, when I can't manage a situation with a 5-year-old, then I'm a bit flustered. Melly Leopold and I are talking about it today. Being a parent is the hardest thing in the whole world. Being a football manager with your team is a privilege and an honour. Like, I don't think about it emotionally. I'm with my football family, and I like being in the trenches with them, and as always, I look forward to watching them play tomorrow.
And have you allowed yourself to think about what it would feel like if the final was tomorrow? Stamford, would it be Stamford?
I think I've done this so long that I've trained my brain not to be in them places. Like, of course it's natural, but I know how to shut them down. So stay present, stay in the moment. I've done my job this week. Still got players waiting for me to do a little bit of analysis because I had to come here. I'll do everything I can within my control and get up, have a nice pre-game walk, as I always do in the morning. Yeah, I look forward to seeing the fans tomorrow.
Neve, nice to see you. In terms of when you, as a defender, defending against a team as talented as Barcelona, what's that like? What are kind of like unique challenges when you go against them? Whether it's like concentration, discipline, or anything like that? Is there anything that makes going up against Barcelona stand out?
I mean, I think across the pitch, it's not just individual players. I think the whole team, they are one of the best teams in the world, and they've got some of the best, well, the best player and some of the best players in the world as well. So I think it's not necessarily just focusing on one player, but it is, like Emma said, it's all in the mind. It's about being switched on for every single second, because at the top level, you switch off for one moment and you get punished for sure. So I think that's something that we're all aware of, and yeah, tomorrow will be, yeah, we know how good they are.
And you played in some very big games for a couple of months, but where do you think this one ranks for you in terms of the biggest game to put yourself up?
I mean, to be honest, that's the first time I would have thought about it. That's not how I approach it at all. It's just sort of, that's the job, this is the next game. It is a big game for this club and for the team for sure, but it's definitely business as usual and just focusing on, yeah, the same things we do week in, week out.
Hi, question for Emma. I think in Chelsea's website, it talks about this being a mental as well as a physical challenge. But I mean, how's the mentality been for you, for your players, going into this game with that 1-0 first half?
Just feels like a longer half time, because that's all it is. We are at the halfway stage of a game that's minimum 180 minutes long. So we've made the adjustments for half time and we're ready for the second half. And that's how I present it to the players, and they know the cycle of, of how we work. And as I said before, we're ready. We want to be in this position. And like I've said all week, I look forward to the crowd helping us, because we're going to need them tomorrow.
About the crowd, and then in fact you also mentioned, your early days at Leadership and staying to clearing water off the pitch with, and just in case a game can go on. I mean, just how does it feel for you? I know you say you don't want it to be about you, but how does it feel for you as a coach to be going from that to this?
Look, I'm grateful I don't have to go out with a roller anymore like we were at Staines. You weren't even here then. We actually might have had Liverpool, the more I think about it, to go out and roll the pitch. Like, we've made progress. I don't have to roll pitches anymore. We've got amazing grounds people. I've got plenty of time to reflect on my time at Chelsea, but that's not now. Like, my preparation is on preparing the team. Like, I've got plenty of time to think about Chelsea and everything that comes with that, but definitely not today. Yeah. Yeah, Nat, Bjorn, Maren Mjelder, Millie, Bright, all likely to be back in the squad. All trained. Yeah.
When the draw came out, everyone kind of wrote Chelsea off and had them as the underdogs, and it's actually a nice change. Everyone usually expects Chelsea to win. It's a nice change to have that underdog tie. Is that something you'd agree with, and is it something you've kind of utilised as players going into this game?
I mean, I think like we keep saying they won. There's a reason people think of them like they do. It's because they're the best team in the world, one of the best. And I think that's for you guys to do. I think when the draw was made, that was, first of all, it was a way off. We were focused on whatever the next game was. So yeah, but when the draw was made, we knew like they were a top team, and we knew we'd have to do our very, very best. But yeah, for sure, it's it's what you want to play. You want to play in these games, and to win the ultimate trophy, you have to beat the best. So yeah, it's nothing we wouldn't expect.
You stitched me up like you did Bon Matty last week. No thanks. I mean, I said it last week, Myra's settled into the club, but it takes time. Like I said, the language is probably the more interesting one. You know, Jess Carter this morning was teaching her a couple of words like hold and shape. And sometimes she presses when Jess says shape, and sometimes she stays in shape when it's time to press. So like that's an example of what takes time, but she's been really well received in the group. I don't know a single football player that comes into training that doesn't have tape around them. Like this for me, sometimes, you have to ask Neve this one, sometimes it looks like fashion to me. I'm not sure if it's really relevant, but it's a placebo effect sometimes, and then sometimes it helps their muscles in some way, so I don't know.
Another one from our Spanish friend at the back.
Just for Neve, please. I appreciate that you have been asked this many times throughout your career, but could I just ask you once again about the importance of Emma to your career and to the progression of this club in the past years?
Yeah, she's obviously been amazing for me personally and for the club. I think it's quite nice that I've had the outside point of view and now the inside point of view, and sort of seeing it from afar, and sort of the culture she built and playing against Chelsea and what you came to expect when they'd turn up, and how she sort of, and then now coming into it and sort of seeing, like she references before, like being at Staines, like how she's built that to what it is now, I think is, yeah, it's credit and testament to her, and I'm glad she's getting what she's getting now. And I think personally as well, it's definitely been, had I come in, I wouldn't have envisioned sort of how it's gone. It's been up and down for sure. But like I sit here now and I'm a much better player and person, I think, and much more well equipped to deal with things. And a large part of that is.
I think Denise has had a big part of that too.
Yeah, she has as well.
The backroom staff too with this one.
Yeah. And looking at the game, obviously, considering the recent history of becoming a Champions League classic, Chelsea-Barcelona, would be an overstatement to say that this is a chance for revenge?
I mean, I think it's great that it's becoming such a spectacle. Like in terms of growing the game, that's exactly what we want. Sort of all the eyes, and it's only going to help. And like Emma says, to next year, can we retain those fans and sort of build that for next year? But I think that's sort of your narrative to make. Our focus is on the game tomorrow, and it is another game, and we're going to turn up and give it our best. And yeah, we're not really focused on the sort of outside media, I guess. Any more for anyone? Yeah, last one.
Yeah, hi, I'm from Barcelona. In Montjuic, you had like what is a plan to stop everything Barcelona did in that game. So they're preparing, apart from the mental state, when you talk about football with the players, have you thought about any type of possibilities that Barcelona might change, or do you expect kind of a similar game plan from them from last Saturday? Do you expect something different?
Well, the truth is I don't know. All I can do is prepare the team for the possibilities, whether that be a false nine, come lower. whether it be to access the pivot a little more, whether it be with more direct play, with Salma moving to the left, Alexia maybe as a false nine like this. There's a lot of permutations. But I can't fixate on that. We can prepare for some of the tactical detail in and around that, but like we have to play our game too. Our game is not Barcelona's game, and we're not trying to be Barcelona. And nobody is Barcelona. But that doesn't mean you can't win. It just means that you have to play to your best strengths and recognise that no matter what Barcelona do, they will pull any team apart, no matter what they do. And do I expect changes tactically, maybe personal? Yeah, sure, 100%.
Last one then, Simon. Come on, end on a high.
Emma, have you been practicing penalties this week, and are you up for taking them?
At Chelsea, we practice penalties all the time. We don't just save it for this week. We measure training performance all the time in most areas, and that's whether that's a free kick, whether that's a corner, whether that's a penalty. So our processes haven't changed. We do it all year round, and we analyse them in a training capacity. So yeah, we have definitely practiced them, but that's not unusual.
Yeah, it's pretty similar. Like we do a lot of it throughout the year, and there's so many stats. So of course I'll take one, but it's sort of I've done the work and I'll be ready to take one, and if the decision's made, for sure.
Great stuff. We'll leave it there. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
If I could start with the injury situation, obviously more bad news with the end of Enzo's season, but positive news with Reece James and Levi Colwill?
No, they are not available yet. They are close. Today, yesterday, they were doing some training with partial training with the squad. They are close, but still they are not available.
And Cole Palmer presumably will be back.
Yes, Cole was training well in the last few days. Yes, we assume that he's going to be ready for tomorrow, be part of the squad. Yes, today, yes.
You said on Tuesday night just how much you struggle without Cole. This has obviously been a very expensively assembled squad, and I appreciate there's been a lot of injuries as well. But how much of a concern is it that you're so reliant on one player, a 21-year-old player?
No, we can talk and we can talk and we can talk, but on the end, it's a reality. I think Cole is a very good player for us, and he's a key player for us, and he is showing that we struggle a little bit without him. That is the reality that we cannot hide.
I think one of the big criticisms on Tuesday night as well was character, or the lack of character. This side, when there is a setback, when they concede the first goal, they kind of fall apart.
No, that is not true. That is not true. That is not true because we conceded the first goal, of course, after 4 minutes, and then the team was there, and we created some chances, and yes, the team was on the game, and then we start the second half, and after 6-7 minutes we concede the second goal, and yes, after we can talk that maybe in the second half we show lack of maybe the capacity, to believe that was possible. Yes, but not. I think the first 45 minutes, I think everyone believed, and everyone that saw the game, the team was there, was fighting, trying to draw the game, to score, and was on the game.
So that lack of belief, is that something you can?
Lack of belief was with all the circumstances that sometimes happen. After the disappointment against Manchester City and no time to recover, playing again, a team that is playing for the Premier League and full of confidence, and with our circumstances, I think all was negative for the team, and that is why we suffer. You know, we were capable 1 week before to beat Everton 6-0, playing a fantastic game. We saw the last few days that before yesterday was Everton beat Liverpool for 2-0, and we were capable to play a fantastic game against Manchester City, and then we didn't keep the consistency that you need, you know, to be on the game. And that happened in a situation that with all the circumstances that we are living, that maybe I repeat too much, but that is the truth and the reality. And yes, on the second half, after to concede the third goal, I think was difficult to manage the situation on the pitch.
Just finally, do you see the players on the pitch, the leaders on the pitch who can raise the standards, who can get the rest of the players up when you're 2-0, 3-0 down in the game? Do you think there?
Yeah, but that happened in any team. In any team, it's possible that you can suffer some of result. And with experienced player, without experienced player, you know, with leaders, with no leaders, with character, without character, I think that is in football can happen, and more in the Premier League. You're welcome. Hello.
What kind of reaction do you want to see from the players?
No, we were talking a lot today. We had a meeting, and I think we try to realize that how we need to behave, and when the game is tough, when the demands are so high, we need to try to be more strong and to really, you know, to trust in the way that we play, in our philosophy, in the way that we prepare the games and everything, and to follow, you know, and to have the discipline. It's true that, like I told after the game, we cannot blame the player, that the circumstances that we are living are so, you know, again, the team is not helping us, but we need to be positive, and we need to be strong and believe that tomorrow we can, you know, do a good game, good attitude, good approach, and go there and to compete. We are going to compete again, another team that is fighting for the top, to be on the Champions League next season. But we need to think that we are Chelsea, and we need to, you know, respect ourselves and do our best to try to win the game and being competitive.
Just the fact you've already beaten them at Villa Park this season give you the confidence that you can get.
Yeah, it's always different game, different competition. Of course, always we talk on the end of the season. Always is the most difficult part of this period is the most difficult part. But I think yes, we need to believe that we can compete better. And I think we were so soft against Arsenal, and I think we need to repeat, and we need to feel the same feelings that when we compete against Manchester City or Everton, and translate to the or apply, you know, in our performance tomorrow. I think the player really knows that they are disappointed. Also, they feel bad, and tomorrow is a good opportunity to get the good feelings again.
You've said before
back.
that Unai Emery is one of the best in the world. In your opinion, what makes him such a top manager?
Yes, always the top manager needs the top organization to trust and to provide the good tool to perform. For me, him is in all his career, I know very well, because from Spain, he's a top coach, and for me is one of the best. It's difficult to say who is the best coach, but I think he's top for sure. You're welcome.
Thanks, David. John, BBC. You always come across as a naturally positive character individual, but this must be testing you, isn't it?
No, not testing me. It's testing everyone on the club. I think it's about to be strong. I was in a different, you know, clubs, different period, different circumstance, and of course, that are circumstances that not easy to deal and to manage, and we are not in the place that we wanted to be. But yes, we keep positive and trying to help the team to perform.
Do you speak regularly with the owners? I just wonder what their message is at the moment.
No, to be honest, in the last few months, we didn't cross message. We communicate through the sporting director, but nothing changed, and we are not changing. My view and my feeling are not changing, even if now in the last, few weeks we are not crossing texts.
What's the mood like with the players at the moment,
Too many circumstances that make us to really manage. It's not easy because now we then so some circumstances that we talk about being together and to have a big sport together. Another thing that we with the only way to move forward, to take things, be positive, always never give up. In our side, we are going to push. We are pushing them, and we are trying to get the best from the players that we have in our hands, and the players that are available tomorrow to compete. That we not fear, we not excuse, and we need to go there and try to compete.
With Enzo, obviously that's the plan. What's the possibility that he could have played on
At the moment that he feel the pain and he feel the limitation because of the problem, the most important thing is to fix the situation and fix the problem for him, because if he not feel well and cannot perform because of this situation, it's not good for him, it's not good for the team, it's not good for the club, it's not good for one. As soon as possible to fix the situation and then move on, and now be focusing to recover as soon as possible.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Simon, Athletic.
Hey, Richard. You weren't here last year, obviously, but after Chelsea's silverware extended in the Champions League, the league form just fell away and the season ended on a very bad note. Chelsea obviously now out of the FA Cup this season. How important is it that history does not repeat itself, that you still aim for the league season on a good note?
Yeah, that is the yes. If you see after the Manchester City the semi-final FA Cup, of course, it was a disaster. The result against Arsenal. That is the challenge. That is the challenge. It is the challenge, and we are going to try.
Is it hard to lift players with the challenge of qualifying for the Europa League rather than the trophy?
Is this difficult?
Is it hard to motivate players to say you can still qualify for the Conference League, Europa League, rather than you still got a trophy?
Yeah, but I think if we think that we are responsible to motivate the player, wow. Why? It's difficult, no, to accept. If you play for Chelsea, the motivation is there. Even when you play for nothing in a friendly game. When you play in a friendly game, when you play against your teammate, if you don't have the motivation, it's difficult. If you ask me that we need to motivate the player to go tomorrow and to play or to performance or after tomorrow, I think we have a big problem. No? I don't believe that is the problem, is the motivation. The problem is about to have the capacity to perform, and of course, we cannot give them the excuses that not to perform and not to be focused. But in the same time, we are a group of persons, we are no machine, and we are all, with some circumstance, maybe, you lose a little bit the reference of the thing, but we are here to try to help, that to be refocused, be focused. The player need to be focused because it's still 6 games to play. Important 6 games for me is important 6 games, and the players need to feel the same. That is, of course, it's our responsibility to translate the idea that they need to perform, they need to be focused, and they need to try to give their best. It's not that, okay, go and yes, it's only 6 games, 3 weeks, and then holidays or international duty or like this. No, I think it's really important to finish in a good way. It's true that the disappointment against Arsenal is massive, but now it's a great opportunity tomorrow to be again focused on the competition and trying to gain games. It's true that it's going to be difficult because Aston Villa is doing a fantastic season, but we are Chelsea and we need to feel and we need to show the arrogance sometimes in a good way that we are Chelsea and we can perform.
And last one, that do the players also have to show that they should still be part of things next season, that they have to prove that they are good enough to be part of Chelsea going forward, even though they're on long.
Yeah, because only looks like only I need to prove, no? Because of always is the coach need to prove that deserve to be next season. I think we are all, part of the responsible of the situation, and I think we need all to prove that we need to deserve to be here next season. That is a good question.
Thank you. Last question in the broadcast section, Bobby.
Hi, Mauricio.
Hello.
Carney checking back there already for
No, Sterling suffered a pain in his low back pain, and then Carney feels something in his knee related to his problem before. Hope that is not a big issue and can be available as soon as possible again, because now we are going to lose 2 players that were there.
UEFA Women's Champions League is into the semifinals. Emma Hayes' Chelsea were taking on Barcelona in the first leg of the semi-Saturday in Spain. Chelsea ended up winning the match. Aaron Cuthbert with the lone goal in a 1-0 win ahead of a second leg next Saturday in London. But the story of this game is not necessarily Chelsea winning 1-0. No, it's instead the very physical approach employed by Emma Hayes' team. Aitana Bonmatí of Barcelona is taking exception to that. Quote, "I am not in favor of playing with these interruptions, but we knew it. We had talked about Chelsea playing like this, which for me is playing dirty. We have warned the referee, but it is not up to us if they allow it." Emma Hayes, the next manager of the U.S., is having her teams be accused of dirty play, Herc. Something, nothing, or everything.
Okay, let's just clear it up. It's not actually dirty play, right? It's disrupting the rhythm of a team like Barcelona, who is so dominant. Is making sure they can't be fluid in their play, fluid in the midfield, fluid in the final third, making sure some way, shape, or form you disrupt that.
So you think Bonmatí missed it there?
Well, no. I think we don't want to confuse people. She didn't miss it. I mean, you're doing what you need to do to disrupt that rhythm, whether that is being a little bit more physical than you normally would or slowing down the play any way you can, you do it. And I don't have a problem with this. And if anything, I think this is a positive for the U.S. women's national team, if you will. I look at a team like Spain, and if Spain were to play against the U.S. women's national team today, the U.S. women's national team isn't going to beat Spain toe-to-toe.
Pinging it around them.
Pinging it around them.
No way.
Tiki-taka. That's not how you're going to beat the best teams in the world. And you have to realize this narrative of the rest of the world is caught up is not only true, but the rest of the world also has their own tactics, their own style to come with it. And some of those tactics you cannot play at their rate, at their tempo. So for the U.S. women's national team to have a coach who is an antagonist for the world, which I kind of like. I know against Arsenal was a few weeks ago, she pushed the Arsenal coach. Emma Hayes is making a name for herself of being a no type of
no nonsense
type of coach. I really enjoy. So if you're going into a tournament setting World Cup with a team that is very good at what they do, defending, in transition, have players that are very good in 1v1 outside on the wings, play that to your advantage. You're not going to go toe-to-toe and try to outpossess the team, try to be a finesse team. You've got to do what you can against teams like Spain, against the teams like Germany, England, if you will. Be that type of team that could not only make it difficult, but you can beat consistently. And if you're going to be the antagonist, be the antagonist. Just win.
Yeah. I think one of the things about Vlatko Ananovsky's time in charge of the women's national team is he always tried to play at a time when clearly winds were shifting. There were teams out there who were better at playing soccer. Yeah. Maybe not better athletes, maybe not a deeper pool, but were better at playing soccer than the U.S. And sometimes you felt like with Andonovski in charge, they were still trying to go toe-to-toe playing. I like this from Emma Hayes because it's also, there's a humility to it. Like, Chelsea's a big club. They have a lot of resources. Some people would say, well, a big club like that shouldn't be resorting to these tactics. This is we have to win no matter what, at all costs. And unfortunately, the United States no longer has the advantage over everybody to not approach things like that. There's no more cheap wins for the U.S. against elite competition. They need to win however they can against the other best teams in the world.
Forgive me for a second to taking this to the men's side, but we saw this last week in the UEFA Champions League with a team like Real Madrid, who's humble enough, has the humility to say, we can't play this way against a Manchester City. Let us play the way we need to do to win this game. I think Emma Hayes is doing the same thing at the club level. I hope she translates that to the U.S. women's national team, because the one thing you cannot afford if you're the U.S. women's national team and their coach is not to be a winning team, is not to lose that mentality. If they've ever had something, their dominance is one thing, the staple, but it's the winning mentality that the Americans have always carried.
There's a word, grit. I think at some point the U.S. women's national team had it in spades. Now you might question it. I don't think we're going to question it very much with Emma Hayes in charge.
Welcome back to 90 Min Talks. I am Rachel O'Sullivan. I am your host, one half of Girls on the Ball, and my esteemed colleagues, perfect people to talk about all of the football we've got coming up. We've got Sophie Downey on the right, the other half of Girls on the Ball. We've got Alex Ibaceta, the Zone reporter, and Jessie Parker Humphreys, women's football writer. And also, Barcelona fan, Chelsea fan. We were just discussing, we probably should have sat them apart, given what we're going to talk about today. We are, of course, talking about Chelsea's famous win over Barcelona in the Champions League semi-finals, which we're going to get on to next. We're also going to talk about the WSL. We did, of course, have fixtures this weekend. And the championship is all but wrapped up with a week to go. So we're going to look back at that too. Right, guys, we've got to get into the meaty one, the exciting one. Chelsea beating Barcelona in the first leg of the Champions League semi-final, 1-0. Trying not to get over the top about this, but at the same time, because of course it's only half-time, everyone's being really pragmatic, but of course it is, Jessie, a famous win. How do you balance that, not getting ahead of yourself while also recognising the achievement?
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because you want to be really hyped about it, but if they go and lose at Stamford Bridge, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. I think regardless, to go to Barcelona and win there, to be the first team to do that in 5 years, says a lot about where Chelsea have got to in their journey in terms of playing Barcelona. Obviously, they had the very brutal Champions League final loss a couple of years ago. Then last year in the semi-finals, you get the loss at Stamford Bridge and then the draw. So I think to finally get that win, that will be a really big mental boost, regardless of what then goes on to happen in the second leg.
Yeah, so for clarification, Barcelona had last been beaten at home in February 2019, and also Chelsea reduced them to just one shot on target, obviously not scoring. That hadn't happened for a couple of years as well. So, Alex, from a Barcelona perspective, obviously a shock defeat, but how is it being taken over there?
I think it's been taken really well. As you know, it's been taken like a team that's won a lot in the past few years. It's being taken by a team that doesn't get nervous because they know they're capable of what they're capable of, as we've seen over the past few years. So obviously it was really disappointing for everyone, for them including. But at the end of the day, it's only a 1-goal lead that Chelsea have going to Stamford Bridge, and you know Barcelona have beaten Chelsea before. So I think it's a winning mentality that they're taking in, and I think they know that they're very capable of it, but they also are, you know, kind of woken up slightly because Chelsea have beaten them at home more than anything.
Yeah, and I guess a wounded Barcelona is an even scarier prospect.
Yeah, potentially Jesse's scared.
I am scared, but I also think as much as obviously there is the sense that, you know, Barcelona know how to come back. They were 2-0 down in the Champions League final last year and they went on to win from there. But I think it will have been a big boost for Chelsea to know that they can beat Barcelona themselves. And I think that will also be a big... We've seen it for Chelsea before. You know, I think a similar thing happened with Lyon in the Champions League quarterfinals last year. They won that away leg 1-0 and they needed maybe a tiny bit of luck to eventually get it over the line and get through in that occasion. But I think that will have been a big boost for them.
It's about that freedom, isn't it? Like, once you've beaten someone that you haven't beaten for so long, it does give you a bit of freedom, and we talked about it in the FA Cup recently with Chelsea and Manchester United, and Manchester United never having beaten Chelsea before that point. And I think once that kind of goes, that means that that's no longer there come Saturday afternoon, so it opens things up a bit more nicely. It's no longer that kind of looming shadow over you. You know you can beat them, so you know you can do it. So while as good as Barcelona are, and we know what they can do in the second leg and come back, I think having that kind of thing put to bed a little bit will really help them.
It's one less thing to be stressed about, I guess. Obviously knowing still what Barcelona can do, and worse, what a wounded Barcelona can do. Tactically though, this was a bit of a masterclass from Emma Hayes.
It was. She got her tactics. Her game plan was spot on. I think the way that they nullified Barcelona, the way that they completely nullified Caroline Graham-Hansen pretty much down that right side for Barca with the Liv Charles at left centre back and then Ashley Lawrence at left wing back. I think it was a really clever plan because it really played into Chelsea's strengths in that situation. Jess Carter had her best game in a Chelsea shirt for quite a long time, I think, and I think that kind of 3 at the back role for her is what suits her best. We saw it at the World Cup last year where she really shone in an England shirt, was when she was part of the 3 at the back, and she was immense, and they nullified them all over the pitch. I think especially in that midfield area, we're so used to seeing the likes of Kira Walsh and Aitana Bonmati sort of dominating and controlling things, and the energy of Erin Cuthbert and all of them at the midfield area really kind of dampened that and nullified their threat.
It must be really difficult coming up against a team that you know is going to have a lot of possession, and to be comfortable in that. Is that one of the things as well that Chelsea got right? I guess having the experience of having played Barcelona is learning to be comfortable out of possession.
Yeah, Emma Hayes' teams have never been shy about not having the ball, and I think that's one of her strengths in terms of being able to have that variety of, some games you're going to go and you are going to have 60-70% of possession, but they're not going to be loyal to that tactic if they don't feel like it's right. But I think what really differed in this Chelsea performance compared to last year's ones was maybe it felt like they were more prepared to press in different areas of the pitch when it required it, and you see this from the Chelsea goal. They've pushed up and they've got the press on higher up the pitch, which is what forces Irene Paredes to play the ball to Ashley Lawrence. And I feel like last year Chelsea were a lot more cautious about when they pushed and when they just sat back. And I think the combination of using those midfielders to really harry the ball in that areas meant that actually there wasn't as much pressure on the defence, even though that back five did stay pretty flat, with the exception of some long balls out to make Cannerid stretch her legs. But I think that's what allowed Chelsea to limit Barcelona so much, because we know Barcelona are an amazing attacking team. If you just let them attack at you, you're not going to last sort of the 90, 100 minutes it basically was in the end, given the added time. So it was really crucial, I think, to have those sort of pressing triggers all over the pitch.
Erin Cuthbert actually spoke about that to us post-match, and she was saying it was really about being really sensible about when you jump and when you move as a team, and being really aware of those situations. And I think they took so much from that 1-1 draw last year against Barcelona, and they learned so much from that experience. I think they came out of that one feeling that they probably deserved more from that game. Maybe not from the tie as a whole, but from that one game, they thought they deserved more, and they were determined to take those learnings into this one. And so she spoke about knowing when to press, knowing how to expend your energy, and knowing how to work together as a team, kind of collaboratively.
I think as well, for those maybe who didn't see the game, it's not like it was a snatch and grab from Chelsea. This is the thing, like they could have gone away with a 2-0 victory. They had a number of shots on target. Ramirez should have scored a second goal for Chelsea, and as we said, Barcelona just having the one on target. And I think that came in injury time as well.
But I don't think that's quite reflective of how many opportunities it created. It wasn't clear opportunities, but it was getting to the goal. Salma missed a sitter. That wasn't English. Salma missed a sitter with the inside of her foot off the ball.
Yeah.
Alexia missed that last minute equaliser as well.
Don't know how she did that.
There was a few crosses into the box that literally went straight through the box. There was the one shot on target is quite. It says a lot about how little Barcelona did to actually go ahead.
Yeah, how much of it was that also, and we do have to give Chelsea credit for this, but also Barcelona just didn't play as you'd expect.
How often does that happen? How often is it that Aitana has an off day, Onabati has an off day, anybody else has an off day, Lucy Bronze has an off day?
That one happens quite a lot.
That's true. It is sadly true. Yeah, how often is it? It is down to Chelsea's credit, but at the same time, so many players had a really off day that, like, Alexia probably makes that shot in training 9 out of 10 times.
Tell the viewers what happened. Probably the last kick of the game, wasn't it?
Last kick of the game, it was a free kick down the right side. If you're looking out onto the pitch, right side, free kick over to Lucy Bronze, header back into the box. Alexia hit it off the half volley off a bounce, and it literally, I was right behind the goal, and I got literally the perfect angle video for that. If this is the post, like the ball came in like this. And it's one of those things that it's easy to do. She hit it spot on off the half bounce inside of the foot volley, spot on, but it didn't go in. Salma again, a lot of opportunities. The penalty that was a handball, just slightly offside. It was, nothing went in Barcelona's favour, and all these players have had a bad game. How many times do you see Onabati give away the ball so often in one match? It doesn't have to.
I've been saying this all week though to you, is that I do think you earn that, and
that luck sometimes.
You earn that luck, and yes, Barcelona weren't on the ball, as it were, but Chelsea ran, and they just didn't stop running all game. And the likes of Johanna Burton-Cambridge, I don't know where she got her energy from, but she had more opportunities maybe to run into space in that first half. In the second half, she had to be really controlled and really, on the ball in terms of just her pressing work, because Barcelona were coming at her, and the fact that none of them really looked particularly tired by the end of it. They were so determined to run faster and make that extra kind of tackle. And I do think you earn that a bit.
Did you see? I don't know if it's running. Are we going to talk about what Aitana said post match?
We'll get there.
What she said post match?
Yeah, we'll get there. I was going to say what's good as well is that, yes, of course we know Barcelona can and probably will do better at the weekend, but actually there were things that Chelsea could have done better too. So while they had a very good game, there's even more I think from them. And I think, if we look at next week's game, I know Kira Walsh said post match that she doesn't think Chelsea are going to change. Whether that's a dig or not, I don't know. But do you stick or twist, Jessie?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, because I think there's a huge temptation, obviously, to be like, look, this game plan worked really well, these players worked really well. Chelsea don't have a match midweek, so they've got a full week for everyone to recover for once. They also have a full week if they did want to tweak anything and if they did want to change anything. And I guess one area of the pitch that I'm quite intrigued by is that second striker alongside Myra Ramirez in the formation Chelsea have set up, because I think they'll stick with that formation. But we obviously saw Lauren James start in the game last weekend, and I thought she had a pretty good game, to be honest. But I wonder if, given Kat Macario's off-the-ball ability, whether Emma Hayes would be interested in switching those two around, because obviously Macario came on for Lauren James later on in the game. And I think when Lauren James is, her highest ability, in my opinion, is that ball retention and progression, that actually maybe having that on fresher legs towards the end of the game might be more worthwhile, and using Macario's out of possession ability, which is something that I think we know Lauren James is still working on and developing. Maybe having those two the other way around would be an interesting thing to see.
Perhaps. Okay, Alex, we will go to Aitana Bonmati's comments after the game. referring to Chelsea as dirty and saying that they were time wasting. And there was time wasting in the game, but I thought the dirty comment was quite funny coming from a Spanish team that likes to throw themselves around a bit. But there were a number of injuries.
I will not take that.
Well, you can argue in a minute. There were a number of injuries during the game that were legit injuries. Myra Ramirez went down twice. They were legit injuries. Jess Carter took a shot flush to the face. That was a legit injury. Newskin went down as well. Well, yeah, but there was obviously understandably time wasting, and I think because the Spanish crowd got so angry and so loud and the whistling, it actually just spurred Chelsea on more, and it maybe had the opposite effect than they would have liked. But go on, you can back your side there.
First of all, Barcelona are not meant to go. Someone back me up. There's absolutely no way.
I sat at Camp Nou last year and watched Barcelona time waste their way into the final.
They didn't. No. Sorry, I won't take that.
Sorry,
you're on the wrong panel today.
I won't take
Don't
that.
worry,
No,
the
because
viewers will back you up. Don't worry.
I won't take that because most of the time when Barcelona players do get fouled, they keep going. And that is someone who watches them almost every week. I do. Anyway, the Aitana context, I thought was quite
understandable.
Funny. It was. I think it's very understandable.
Yeah.
But like not from like a very ugly way of saying.
No,
it. It's
no,
like
she's
when you look at-
frustrated.
and like towards the end of that, she actually said we need to start learning how to play like that more. So I think it's just I think it's a very club and football context of Barcelona being a team that like to keep possession, like to play the ball, like to play pretty football, to put it very neatly, and to win something, they want to win it playing good football. Whereas Chelsea and Emma Hayes kind of throw that philosophy out of the window and being like, if we're going to go up against Barcelona, we know we're not going to have possession. We know we're not going to have the ball. We're going to disrupt their rhythm because that is probably their biggest strength. We're going to close in the gaps. We're going to literally do their head in because they're not going to be able to do what they actually want to do. And it gets you the win.
It's a tactic.
Do you think, though, Aitana almost revealed a bit too much by making those comments? Because for me, I felt like showing that level of rattle by what Chelsea had done, which I will say I thought was pretty soft. You know,
Yeah,
for
I've
what
seen
the
worse.
amount they could
I've
have done.
seen worse.
I was surprised because to me that felt like showing to your opponent that it's worked and you've been frustrated, rather than coming out and being a bit more like, look, we played the game, it's a 1-0 deficit, we're going to go to Stamford Bridge next week and we're going to win.
I think it's a balance. I do agree that maybe she was a bit more rattled. I think most of the team does that have mentality of kind of going into the next game and everyone's like, oh, it's half time, blah 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 blah. But Aitana, I think also the personality that she is, she's very blunt. And after you lose a game at home in the first leg of the Champions League semi-final, you are going to be pissed off. And essentially because Aitana is obviously a very big Barcelona group, and the fact that a team has, and I'm not saying this because it's true, but like if you put it very bluntly, you were beaten by a team that didn't play football. And that,
I wouldn't take that. Definitely not taking that.
No, but
Alex is more rattled than Aitana.
No, but there's no way
Sorry,
to put
what
it.
bit of Nuskin spinning in the box to play a 1-2 with Erin Cuthbert?
No, but I mean it in the sense of the time wasting kind of concept. Like when you look at the time wasting,
it wasn't
time
even
wasting.
that
Like
bad,
it wasn't even. I've seen much.
No, I'm not saying
I've seen
it was
much
bad, I'm
worse
just saying
time
it in
wasting
perspective.
in my time, and I've
Yeah,
certainly
yeah.
seen Spanish players and Barcelona players engage in the time wasting when they need to do so. I think it was interesting that Kira Walsh didn't mention that in her post-match at all, and Aitana did.
Yeah.
And Kira Walsh was like, we know their strengths, we know our strengths, and we know how we can improve, and we have to be better, kind of thing. So she wasn't even focusing on that side of things. I do think it properly rattled them. I mean, it was quite funny. There was a moment where Hannah Hampton grabbed the ball and literally went down in slow motion.
Yeah.
So she
Down
was
to her
like,
knees,
down to her
down
knees,
to-
down to thing. But we see keepers do
It's
that
part of
all over
football.
the planet. Like it's part of.
But if
yeah.
you took out those 4 that I mentioned, those injuries, actually there wasn't.
There was
that-
also 9 minutes added time,
Yeah.
which is what added time is for.
It's for.
If the ref thinks you're time wasting, you
They
add it
add
on.
on,
And I don't think Barcelona can really complain about
Yeah.
the amount that was added
And
on,
but
given
those
what had
4
happened.
were legit injuries, and I think if you took them out, there wasn't absolutely low. There wasn't
And
a crazy amount of time
arguably
wasted.
there were several more challenges on Mayra Ramirez
Oh
that
my
weren't
God.
pulled up. So
I've got some
Including
great
a penalty
photos.
shot.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
the penalty shot. I've got some great
yeah.
photos of like Barcelona defenders just practically
Yeah.
with like 3 limbs around her as she tried
It
to run with the.
that Patria Mayra wrestling
Yeah.
battle.
Yeah.
It was quite impressive. They managed to keep that up as they were running.
Yeah, how did they do? Incredible. Ramirez, I guess, is used to it.
So I think also it kind of speaks to me that they're just not used to that position of losing, right? At home in the Champions League. They haven't done it, as you say, very often, and it's not a comfortable situation for them to be in. And when it happens, maybe an automatic reaction is to think about other things than yourself.
I can understand, especially from that type of position that Bonmati plays. She's used to pulling the strings in matches, and when you get stifled, you understandably get frustrated. I mean, I'm not the same player, but it kind of reminds me of Denise O'Sullivan after the Ireland-England game. She was so just like irritated post-match because she'd been smothered and she hadn't been allowed to influence the game, and you can understand a player coming off and just like almost like venting a little bit. So I wasn't that like offended by the comments. I didn't think it was.
I think it's been taken out of context in the sense that like she just said it but didn't really.
I don't think it's that big a deal.
I think it's just funny because it's like what you're saying, Sophie. Barcelona aren't in that position very often, so you don't see players coming out and speaking like that because she's speaking like that because she's hurting and she's annoyed, and we just aren't used to seeing Barcelona put in that place. And then that's why I think it's going to be so interesting to see, you know, what is their mindset coming to Stamford Bridge.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Emma Hayes uses that and those comments, or she sticks them on the dressing room wall, because she will say, you can rattle them. Look how easily
she'll take your comments.
She's got a picture of Alex Ivaseka in the changing room.
I'm going to clip that up and send it to her. Before we move on to Stamford Bridge, very quickly, I just want to touch on Estadio Olimpico. Was a beautiful venue. Really, really nice venue. I don't know if you guys have seen it before, but like when you add in the sunshine and the blue and red colours, like everything just popped. It was a really, really nice venue. The reverse leg, of course, is at Stamford Bridge. What is the ticket sales at now? Last time I heard 32.
32,500 the last time I saw.
Okay.
Just under 8,000 off a sellout, and
worth, if you haven't already, getting your tickets. It's on Saturday evening. It's going to be a great evening. You know, a potential last Champions League game it is for Emma Hayes at Stamford Bridge, and it's going to be an exciting one. And you're going to see some pretty incredible players. So I would definitely recommend coming, and I really hope they do get a sellout because that would be.
And I'm sure it's the same for you, Jessie. But I think younger me, thinking about a women's game selling at Stamford Bridge, I think that will be a pretty special occasion.
Stamford Bridge has some good history when it comes to Chelsea-Barcelona semi-finals, so I think we'll be in for a treat.
Do we think Chelsea and Barcelona, apart from that suggestion you made about changing at the front too, but pretty much at least the same formation? We obviously saw Chelsea playing that kind of 3-5-2 sort of with the wing backs as well. Do you think they'll stick to that kind of formation?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we saw them obviously play that last year in both games as well, and I think that there'll be a big temptation, I think, not to change anything. As I say, there are obviously options there, but I don't really see. I guess the only other thing as well, which we haven't spoken about, is that Millie Bright was on the bench.
She was
for the game in Barcelona.
Do you really bring her back?
I think given how the back five performed, you don't.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting option. It's obviously I think that will have been a bigger boost to Chelsea than maybe has been talked about, even though she didn't feature at all in terms of having her back as a personality. Yeah.
Perhaps if it's close, they'll throw her on as another.
Or if it's like 1-0 with 5 minutes to go, chuck her on and have 7 at the back.
Lie across the pitch.
Or another striker.
Well, and Alex, you reckon Barca with a similar starting 11?
No, I'd be surprised if Salma starts in the middle again. I think her strength isn't there. We know her out to be on the wing. She is the player to be talked about in the Champions League as well as the league because of how she thrives down on the wing. She's competing for the Golden Boot in the Champions League. She hasn't done that playing as a central striker because clearly it's not her strength. She's not good. She's good running into space. She's good on 1v1s, but when she has her back to goal, I don't think that's her strength. And she doesn't know how to bounce off the midfield as Mariona would do in that position, for example. So I'd be quite surprised if Salma starts in that. Maybe I'm wrong, who knows? But I would like to see Salma out back on the wing to take on, potentially have Jess Carter being attacked at by Salma. In the middle, the things that Barcelona famously don't have a striker, which is grand. But potentially you put Mariona down into the middle, so you have 4 midfielders essentially bouncing off of each other. And then I'll be quite curious to see if Kira starts, or if Alexia is going to come in and Batty drops back into that, or if I personally think that Ingrid Engen did well when she was on the pitch, but obviously Badri Jaro played as that centre back in towards the end. So I don't know whether he maybe drops Badri back and Alexia into that position. So I definitely think that there will be 2 or 3 changes into the 11, but I think most of it is going to stay the same.
Patrick did not like that battle with Ramirez.
No.
But I think in terms of ball progression, that's something that Barcelona have really missed without Mappy Lyon, and that's understandable because she's one of, if not the best centre back in the world. But I wonder if dropping Patrick back would allow them to have more variety playing out from the back. And as we saw, Chelsea were willing to step out and press them higher up the pitch, and that would offer them more variety.
Well, I'm sure we are in for an intriguing battle. I'm very excited about it. The other Champions League semi-final was not without drama either. It was an all-French tie between PSG and Lyon. And for much of the game, PSG were 2-0 up until the 80th minute, and everything seemed to fall apart in 8 minutes, and Lyon won that tie 3-2. Kind of, if any team were going to completely flounder a 2-0 lead up with 10 minutes to go. Okay.
It's very, very trademark PSG, I think, to do that. You just kind of they do pretty well by getting to like this stage of competitions, but they're always going to have a bit of a chaotic moment at one point or another and fall apart. And I mean, they did it in spectacular fashion on Saturday evening. You probably maybe not expect to that extent, but I think my interest is in kind of the mentality of that and how they recovered, because I think if you, like we said with Chelsea last week, if you go, we said keep it tight, right? So even if you lose 1-0 and come home with a 1-0 defeat, that wouldn't affect your mentality so much. So coming back to Parc des Princes with a 1-0 technically defeat, but then you were 2-0 up and you've lost 3-2, and that's got to affect you somehow. So I don't know how they recover from that.
Yeah. How do we see this second leg going? Do we see Lyon running away with it now, or do you think, particularly with it being at home for PSG, with their kind of ultra fans who are amazing, do we think maybe they can stay in it?
I don't think Lyon will run away with it, but I think they will probably eventually come out on top. I think even though I agree that mentally that's a really tough thing for PSG to come back from, I think they can take a lot of confidence in how they've played and how they've caused Lyon problems, both in this game and the league game they played more recently, where they were also leading 1-0 and then conceded an own goal right at the end for the draw. But I think you could really see that Lyon desperately struggled defensively in terms of defending against Katoto and Chewinga. And maybe PSG just need to lean into the chaos, embrace that, and see what could happen.
Two players both of those are. I've been so impressed with Chewinga and obviously Katoto.
Seeing her back fit is incredible.
No, she's confident. I mean, her confidence level just through the roof to be able to do it. She was, she scored that second goal. Her celebration was just ice cold, and you're like, my God, you came into it, you were like, I'm doing this. So it is those two players, particularly Chewinga, obviously an absolute machine. I remember, I think it was a league game or it was a Champions League game, and she was running literally full speed and managed to score an absolute bang with the outside of her foot while running full speed. So it doesn't make any sense. But I think PSG, it just doesn't. The physics don't make sense. And I think PSG are capable of using the home advantage to their benefit, but at the same time, Lyon have the bigger mentality, and I think PSG players do crumble a lot easier. But at the same time, I think credit to PSG to what they've shown this season. The Almeida, I know you love the Almeida, has particularly proven to hold the back line quite strongly, even though not strong enough to avoid a 3-2 defeat. But I think PSG deserve more credit, but at the same time, Lyon, and don't know if PSG have the mentality to overtake them just yet.
Possibly some of the best fans in the Champions League.
They're loud, that's for sure. When they get going, and I think especially for a semi-final game at Parc des Princes, second leg as well, everything to play for.
Drums, flares,
the noise is going to be intense.
Yeah, the last time they played at Parc des Princes, I remember the ultras came out with the banner for Diani. Don't know if you guys saw that. They were like, "You left for money, we stayed because we love the club."
Wow.
So I feel like another banner is probably
coming
out. So so I am quite excited. I'm pretty sure that was the last league game that was played there. So I am quite excited.
Okay, well, we are going to predict, as much as you know we love predictions, who is going to be in the final, Sophie?
So I am going to go Chelsea, Lyon. I think the script is written.
Who's going to win it?
Chelsea.
Alex.
It's so unpredictable. I'm just gonna throw in Barcelona Leon.
Who's gonna win it?
My heart's going Barcelona, my head's going potentially Leon.
Jesse?
Maybe I'll just go all in on underdogs and do Chelsea PSG.
Love that.
3 different.
And the winner being
Chelsea.
Okay, I'm gonna go Chelsea Leon, and I'm gonna back Chelsea.
I honestly think if Chelsea do get through, they can beat both of those French teams, either of those French teams. I do. It'd be tough.
Well,
I'm
they
not
just
saying
it's
it's
a
going to be
style
easy,
play,
but
though.
I think they
definitely Chelsea has a style play to be able to put up with the pressure of whatever team at the moment.
They just have the small task of taking on a wounded Barcelona at Stamford Bridge on Saturday. So fingers crossed, they've got that 1-0 lead. Let's see how they get on. Okay, let's turn our attention to the WSL because that was happening at the same time as the Champions League. We had a Wednesday night match, a Friday night match, one on Saturday and a few on Sunday.
Can I
as
just
well.
put it out there that I don't think Champions League should ever be at the weekend.
Thank you for that. I would agree.
It's just like league weekend, Champions League midweek. Just keep it simple.
You're gonna see Stamford PSG. But Champions League on the weekend.
I am missing another match.
It's just confusing.
Yeah, so City have got the upper hand with a very dominant 5-0 win over West Ham. I feel like West Ham maybe stayed in the dressing room for the first 25 minutes. City were 3-0 up very quickly. And it's a good job in terms of the goal difference, putting a little bit more pressure on Chelsea. I guess, as we keep saying, the pendulum of pressure keeps swinging. And they're up to 49 points. Chelsea on 46 with the game in hand, but a goal difference of 42 for Man City and 39 for Chelsea. I love that we keep Arsenal in there as well. It's just, you know,
just for fun.
there they are. There they are.
Just for fun at this point.
They've got their Champions League spot thanks to their win over Leicester, so that's nice. But in terms of the title race, you never know. This one thinks anything could happen, but
I don't think they can win the league. I think they might finish second. I have a feeling. I don't know who for, but
There
I
you
just
go.
have a feeling that they might
You
finish
heard it here first. We haven't asked the bunny that one, but maybe we should. In terms of Chelsea not having to play this week, it's good, right? They can just have all their focus on Barcelona, and then they've got Liverpool midweek. A tricky little team sometimes. I mean, I know not necessarily the reverse leg when Chelsea play them at home, but you know, they've got Liverpool, they've got like Spurs as well. Not
Bristol City and United.
It's
not an easy run-in for Chelsea by any means, and I think it'll be interesting to see whatever happens against Barcelona, what impact that might have. Obviously, if they do lose, then the league will be the last thing standing, and I think from there they probably would. I wonder if they go through, the sort of eyes on the Champions League final might be a little bit of a distraction.
Yeah, for sure. Manchester City have Arsenal in their kind of run-up, but this weekend they have Bristol City, and if Bristol City don't get a result, they will be relegated from the WSL. So
My little Bristol loving heart. I'm so fond of that football club, and I think what actually is really makes it more upsetting this year is that they've put up a real good fight in so many games, and there would be the result against West Ham at home and the result against Brighton at home that they'll be really, really kicking themselves, I think, about, because they had chances in both those games and it was down to their mistakes that they kind of lost them, more than the opposition so much. And I mean, they're just a club that do things the right way, and they've been so true to their kind of values and the way that they want to build youth, and they haven't gone, oh, we got into the WSL, so we're going to give up on that policy. They've got, they've been fielding the most teenagers in the league this season. They've got the likes of Lazelle or Mary Ward, who, are really, really young, and they've just given them a chance to compete at this level. And you have to understand that with that, you sacrifice some of that kind of experience that the other teams kind of brought in and have. They don't have a big budget either. And then you've also got to weigh up the fact that their most experienced players have been injured a lot this season. You're looking at Abby Harrison, who's been out for so long, and she is Mrs. Bristol City. Rachel Furness, who can add so much to that midfield and so much around putting like an arm around the youngsters. So things haven't gone their way, but they have fought really hard. But yeah, they're not going to get something against Manchester City. So.
And I think as well, they actually haven't been battered that frequently. There's maybe 3 or 4 games where it was a high-scoring game, and actually they turned up in some pretty impressive fixtures against Arsenal. Manchester United both stand out for me. So it will be sad to see them go. They've also have one of the highest average attendances in the WSL, which has been pretty impressive because they played all their games at Ashton Gate. So it
I
would
just
be
hope they go down. When they go down, they rebuild. So
Yeah.
they can put
See
themselves
them.
I
in
think
the
they've
best
got a
position.
really sustainable base, and I think that's really important. Exactly what you're saying about those younger players, hopefully being able to keep hold of a lot of them. And we know the Championship is super competitive, but to have had the experience of playing in the WSL, playing at that level, and competing at that level rather than just getting battered every week, I think that was
And having a really, really good young manager as well, Nora Smith, and she loves the club. You know, she was there when she first started. She is
Bristol through and
through, and I think with her in charge, she's got a really good head on her as well.
Alex, I mentioned there that Arsenal had managed to nail on that third spot, meaning they will get to Champions League qualification next year. In terms of looking at their season, they have a trophy, they've got Champions League. I guess the same as last season, although last season you would have looked at it and said, don't know how they managed to do that with all the injuries they had. A relatively successful season, or will they be a little bit frustrated that they didn't get more out of that squad, or do we have to factor in they had quite a number of key players coming back that they then had to get into the squad somehow when you've got new players in there? How would you assess?
I personally don't think you can count it as a successful season. When you've won the chain trophy that you won last season, when you've done less than you have last season, you're out of the title race quite soon. You're not even in the Champions League. I think it's an unsuccessful season in that regard because, as you said, last season there were so many injuries that they had no right to go as far in the Champions League as they did, for example. So I think the season, you've gone backwards so many steps.
Savage.
So many steps.
You're wearing your savage hat today.
She never minces her words, does she?
No, tell us how you're really feeling.
You've gone backwards in a season where, grand, you had Leah Williamson out, you had Miedema out, but you still had a good enough team to do that, and your manager isn't new anymore, so you don't have the excuse that there's a new manager, there's a new system, etc., etc. You still have players like Victoria Pelova, Alessia Russo, Chloe Lacasse, who I think has had an outstanding season, and you have no reason to be in the position that you're in. So I think Arsenal just need to kind of get their head down. They got the bare minimum in the sense that they've secured that Champions League spot, which is probably the most important thing that they came out for this season after kind of losing that Chelsea game that put them out of the title race. So yeah, I think personally I wouldn't call it a success.
Okay.
The most frustrating thing for Arsenal this season is not how they performed against top teams.
I was going to say it wasn't the Chelsea one.
They
that put them out of
performed
the title race
relatively well.
necessarily.
It's more you look at that. You look at Tottenham and you look at West Ham, and you win those
Liverpool.
games and you're right up there. Yeah. And Liverpool, yeah. If you win those games, you're right up there. And I think that's in the last few weeks we've started to see them work out how to break down low blocks a bit better. You look at Bristol the other week. I know you could argue about Bristol being bottom of the league, but at the same time they still have struggled
2-1 last
historically
time.
against those low blocks, and they're starting to look like they're coming together. They did really well against Leicester at the weekend, and whether they can carry that into the new season without having to kind of restart and reset is going to be the big question, I think, for them.
A positive that it is worth highlighting, because obviously when they didn't qualify for the Champions League this season, we kind of thought they're not going to have as many games at the Emirates, which is a real shame because some of those Champions League nights last season were so good. But actually they had their last game of the 6 at the Emirates this season at the weekend, with over 42,000 coming out to watch them play Leicester, and overall over 300,000 fans came to those 6 games, which I think is pretty incredible and definitely worth noting, because it's different when it's a rival, when it's a derby. You can maybe understand those 50,000-60,000. No disrespect to Leicester, but to get 42,000 in for that game, Leicester aren't fighting for anything, Arsenal not really fighting for anything other than maybe Champions League, is pretty impressive.
It's a blueprint,
yeah,
for other teams to look at, and I know other teams are looking at it. Chelsea have talked about how they're looking at that to help build their fan base and get more people into Stamford Bridge, which they've been doing this season, and Spain going up. Brighton talked about using it as well. I think it's showing that there is a market out there to be able to do it within the clubs, and I'm hoping it's sharing. I know they are.
Yes.
They're sharing information, and it's a kind of this collective feeling that we're going to build the game together, and it's not just about Arsenal. It's about
what's that phrase about rising tides?
A rising tide lifts all boats.
That's the one. And you can look at it even from as a Chelsea fan perspective, admire what a club is doing, and hope then as well that more clubs can replicate that level of interest.
I'm glad Arsenal are leaving with the attendance trophy this season.
Yes. Yeah, you still maybe get 2. Okay, let's look then ahead to the fixtures very quickly. This weekend it is Everton versus Arsenal, Aston Villa versus West Ham, Tottenham versus Brighton, Leicester versus Manchester United, Bristol City versus Manchester City, and then Chelsea kind of playing catch-up, playing Liverpool away midweek during the week as well. So plenty to look forward to there, as well as the Champions League on Saturday. Okay, we're going to take off that WSL hat, put on our championship hat, because what had been a 5-horse race for so much of the season then became a 4-horse race for a little bit, then a 3-horse race. We've got 1 week left, but really the championship has been decided. Crystal Palace beating Lewis at the weekend. Now it is Charlton behind them with only 3 points behind them, but would need a 23-goal swing if they are to lift the championship trophy and get promoted. So it's fairly nailed on that Crystal Palace.
I believe in Charlton.
I know it has been a crazy season, to be fair, but you know, you never know. Crystal Palace could lose 11-0 and Charlton could win 12-13-0 and we could all be wrong, but realistically it will be Crystal Palace.
I'm going to Selhurst Park.
Yes.
I really want to see a trophy.
They're playing their final game against Sunderland at Selhurst Park at the weekend, which will be very exciting. It does mean, however, sadly, that effectively Crystal Palace relegated Lewis. So we knew Watford had been were going down, and Lewis are now the second team to get relegated. They were beaten at the weekend. You were also at that one. And who was it? Ryan Cleverly, who said that only Lewis could turn a funeral into a party.
Yeah.
On Twitter, because they made a big day out of it. They had a record crowd.
Only Lewis could do that, really.
Yeah.
To get to a team that's pretty much relegated, they were never going to beat Crystal Palace, really. To get 2,600 out to see them, it was a special club, I think.
And
It's
they
sad.
also said goodbye to manager Scott Booth, who will be stepping down, and CEO Maggie Murphy, who's obviously incredibly influential in the game, is stepping down from Lewis as well.
Yeah, it was a really, I think the people I spoke to on Sunday were really obviously sad and heartbroken, the fact that their championship, there's 6 years in the championship, that's come to an end. But I think there was a real pride in the club as well, and it was after the game they let everyone onto the pitch, all the fans, and it was just a really weird but lovely moment for a team that's been relegated. You know, we've said it before, they're a community club. It felt really true to those vibes about being part of the community, that kind of happened at the end of their kind of championship journey.
What do we make of Palace's win? And I guess the championship in general, right? Because it wasn't like someone ran away with it. It was tight right until the second last weekend, I suppose. To have so many, I think you said to me a few weeks ago, Reading, who were down in 10th, could still mathematically win the championship with maybe 4 or 5 weeks to go, which is crazy, right? That's what you want. You want it to start being really competitive, right?
Yeah, and I think what's been fascinating about the teams who are in and around there is that they've all got these very different histories and setups. So obviously you've got a team like Palace who are sort of up and coming in that sense, and they're obviously backed by a Premier League side. But then you've got Charlton kind of going toe to toe, almost taking it down to the final day. Obviously, an amazing historic women's club with a men's side in League One. So I think it's really cool because there's been a lot of sort of received wisdom, and I do think the WSL is going this way. Maybe it is a bit inevitable, but the WSL will just mirror the Premier League. But actually, when you take a look at the Championship this year and the teams who are competing, okay, it's a Premier League team going up, but that's not actually the case. There are loads of teams who are investing in different ways and looking to attract players and playing really good football as a result.
How do you think, I guess, Palace will get on going up, but equally Bristol will get on going down? Do we think they'll bounce back?
I think potentially. I think it was exactly what Jesse and Soph kind of nailed it. The progression, the foundation that they have and how they're going to be able to build that. Relegation at a level that club is at isn't necessarily a bad thing. You can give yourself so much room to grow in the championship once they have that WSL experience. The football's going to be only getting better. The investment, you don't have the pressure of investing, competing against City and Arsenal. You have the pressure of investing at your own time to a championship level, which is obviously much lower to the WSL. So I think Bristol, if they do things right, they can bounce back, but they don't have to bounce back immediately. They can, take their time and bounce back when they are ready, and let other clubs that potentially have been doing that investment for quite a few years now, let them go up to the WSL and see how they get on. But it's not about bouncing back immediately. I think, Bristol City, as we mentioned, has that experience now, and I think if they're going to come back, they're going to come back probably at their strongest level.
Yeah.
So it'll be quite nice.
I do really think we need to think really seriously about expansion as well, because you're getting to the stage now where
little reward.
Yeah, and you're getting, you know, Newcastle, Portsmouth are both coming up. There are teams in the National League who are investing a lot in their football teams with very little room for, you know, progression. And I think you're getting to the stage where if you get relegated from the WSL, it's a bit of a hit. It's even more of a hit when you get relegated from the Championship down to the National League. And if you're trying to grow the game and encourage teams to finance and put money behind their players and do it properly, you need to have a bigger pool to be able to do that.
Yeah, and a bigger reward, I suppose, as well.
And we also need to have the lower down teams play more games as well. I know Chelsea play a lot of games in the season, but someone like a Leicester or West Ham, you know, especially at this time of year, they're barely playing at all. So.
To give you an idea of how quickly women's football has changed in the last maybe 10 years or so, we were at Bristol City versus Barcelona in the Champions League a good few years ago, where Bristol battered Barcelona, which must be hard to probably wrap your head around now. Barcelona, the best team in the world, and Bristol sadly getting relegated down to the Championship. But I guess that's how quickly things can change and how quickly the investment is impacting the game. We are going to shine a spotlight this week. I don't know if you guys saw this. Queen's Park Ladies under 12s, a girls football team who has won a boys league after going unbeaten all season, earning themselves the title of the Invincibles. Queen's Park Ladies under 12s finished top of Division 3 of the Bournemouth Youth Football League with 18 wins, 4 draws and no defeats, and they dominated the other 11 boys teams in the league, scoring 61 goals and conceding only 11. So yeah, girl power, go for it. Love that. I'm sure we get to a point now where all the angry parents were like, she's not allowed to play because she's a girl. But great to see. Well done to you guys. Very, very impressive. Maybe the future lionesses, we shall see. Well, thank you so much for joining. We had loads to chat about. Some very exciting football coming up. We've also got Life's a Pitch next week, which will be coming to you live on Wednesday, and then we will be back because we'll have more football to talk about, not only Champions League but also the FA Cup final, I believe, between Manchester United and Tottenham. So there'll be lots to look forward to there. Make sure you're following 90 Min's Instagram for coverage of Chelsea versus Barcelona on Saturday. Sophie will also be taking over on Sunday for that Palace versus Sunderland game, hopefully a trophy lift, and unless something crazy happens, we shall see. In the meantime, remember to like and subscribe so you don't miss any content across 90 Min's football channels. Until then, we will see you in 2 weeks' time.
Let's cross live, shall we, to Liverpool. join our senior reporter, Melissa Reddy, who's there for us. Melissa, lovely to see you. Thank you so much for coming on to share your thoughts on this. Why do you think it's Slot that Liverpool want at Anfield?
I think he ticks all of their key criteria, and the main ones of which is he's shown this consistent trend of implementing a very dominant, aggressive style of football and also improving players both individually and collectively, taking obscure talents and really making their gifts sing. Now, when you think of the post-Jurgen Klopp era, imagine how different things are going to feel around Liverpool, even for us covering them. And I think the last thing the club wants is for players to also have a big departure in their football. And with Slot, his approach and his preferred formations marry well already with what Liverpool currently do. So there's no stylistic upheaval for these players to absorb. Then you also look at the progression throughout his career, which builds up to that league title that he did win with Feyenoord last season. You can see a manager who's consistently evolving and growing and developing. And he still is so far away from his ceiling. There's a lot more to offer. And I think that's why he wants to take the next step in his career. And when we're looking at the managerial landscape this summer, I think the key thing for a lot of clubs is that now looking for that next batch of top talent.
What's Slot himself? You know, does he want to move to Anfield? I mean, you'd presume so, a massive club.
Yeah. All the indications are a very strong yes. The fact that the clubs are actually in discussions at the moment over him being appointed at Anfield is the clearest indication that he wants to succeed. Jurgen Klopp and sources in Holland told me this morning that they actually expect the process to be very, very speedy because of his desire to take this job.
Melissa, I mean, are Liverpool going to have to pay out some sort of compensation to Feyenoord, do we think?
Yes, and my understanding is it will be in the region of around £9 million. Now, both clubs, Feyenoord and Liverpool, they don't want to give minute-by-minute updates on how things are progressing, but I was told two very important things. Feyenoord want to make sure that this deal is right for them, and Liverpool are saying, you know, an opening bid, it's just merely a starting point. So reports that an initial £7.75 million has been rejected, that's not really a massive thing, because when you put in your first formal offer, it really is just the start of the negotiation point. You're not going to go in immediately with your top offer for the manager. Now, the clubs have been very respectful. The relationship is quite good. And I think Feyenoord themselves, while the desire is to keep Slot, they're also understanding of the fact that he wants to test himself. And this is a really, really big opportunity. And they wouldn't want to stand in his way.
Melissa, I mean, you've already touched on it, haven't you, with his formation that he plays and his style of football, but does it feel like in some ways Slot is the natural successor to Klopp?
I don't think there is a natural successor to Jurgen Klopp. He is such a special individual. The bond he's developed with the squad, the club, the city, and I think just the Premier League in general will be remembered for decades to come. And from the onset, when he made his announcement, Liverpool were very clear that they're not looking for a Klopp 2.0 because there isn't one, and they don't want a Klopp light. What they ultimately want is somebody who can come in and continue this trend of playing very dominant, aggressive football. They've got a very, very strong structure off the pitch, Liverpool. So I think the main thing they were looking for is who can come in and continue our way of playing. And remember, Liverpool, it's not just the first team that's set up the way they do and have these footballing principles. It's all the way through the age group. So they need a form of continuity. And I think we also need to remember that Liverpool as a club today are very different from the club that Jurgen Klopp stepped into. They don't need that massive transformation and that aura. And also, if we're being honest with ourselves, as I explained, the managerial landscape is so different this summer that it's hard to actually find that aura in the next group of managers. You have to sort of take a risk, be brave, and hopefully develop the next one. I think that's what a lot of the top clubs are minded to be doing this summer.
And we've got our chief reporter, Carve Solko's come on to talk about this. I mean, this is massive news. I mean, Arne Slot moving ever closer, it would seem, to move to Anfield. Why Arne? Why is he the top man, do you think?
Well, look, it's his record, it's his CV, it's the kind of person he is, it's the style of football that his sides play. Liverpool have been looking for a replacement for Jurgen Klopp really ever since Klopp told them that he was going to leave last November, although it was only officially announced in January. We all know that they were very interested in Xabi Alonso, but he's decided to stay at Bayer Leverkusen. They were strongly linked with a move for Ruben Amorim at Sporting as well. Looks like he won't be coming to Liverpool, although it was very interesting that he was filmed apparently flying into London on a private jet on Monday. So to me, that sends out the message that, okay, he might not be going to Liverpool, but he is still available. So if there are any clubs out there who are interested in Amorim, call his agent. I think what is interesting, though, is how many big jobs are available at the moment. And yes, Slot is the main target for Liverpool. I think if something can be sorted out with Feyenoord, there's a very good chance that he will be the next Liverpool head coach. But I would just be a little bit cautious and I wouldn't get too carried away, because I still think he would have a lot to prove if he does become the next Liverpool head coach. Yes, he's got a fantastic record in the Netherlands, but he's only been at Feyenoord for 3 seasons, I think, at the moment. Although they won the Dutch Cup last weekend, they're second in the table, 8 or 9 points behind PSV Eindhoven. So if I was a Liverpool fan, I would not be getting too carried away. Yes, on paper, he looks like a very, very good replacement for Jurgen Klopp. And of course, I would have faith in the people behind the scenes at Liverpool, having done all the due diligence. But I think he would still have a lot to prove. One really positive, I think, for him is that he's such a great communicator. He's very good with the media. He speaks perfect English. He's very charismatic. So I think Liverpool fans would look forward to having him there. And of course, his style of football as well. Very similar to Klopp, very aggressive, on the front foot the whole time, possession-based, pressing high. Apparently, he's a Pep Guardiola disciple, aren't we all? But, you know, on paper, it looks great. But on paper, a lot of other managers have come to the Premier League and it hasn't worked out. So I think it is a risk. But obviously, it looks like at the moment, Liverpool think it's a risk worth taking.
It's always a risk, isn't it? Always a risk. And he plays similar, like you say, style, but also formation as Jurgen Klopp as well. So that'll be interesting. But we know then that Liverpool like the look of this guy, but does this guy like the look of Liverpool? What's he feeling? I mean, it's a huge club, huge opportunity, you'd imagine.
Well, he hasn't said anything in public. Very interestingly, he was supposed to have a press conference today because Feyenoord are playing tomorrow night against Go Ahead Eagles. And our reporter, Gary Cottrell, is on his way to the Netherlands. He's desperate to get a word with Slot. I think Feyenoord and Slot are desperate that he doesn't get a word with them, but I'm sure he will do his best. But look, if he is offered the job, if a compensation agreement is worked out with Feyenoord, then I think he would take the job. He's been on record as saying in the past that he wants to work in the Premier League. The only concern I would have is in the background, we've got clubs like Barcelona, we've got clubs like Bayern Munich. His agent, one of the best agents in the world, very, very well connected. There's so many big European clubs looking for a manager this summer. I think, though, if he was offered the job, he would take it. But If he was offered the Bayern Munich job, would that complicate it? If he was offered the Barcelona job, would that complicate it as well? But at the moment, it looks like definitely Liverpool are in the driving seat.
Okay, right, and just finally, his record, pretty good. You said they won the cup, the Dutch Cup.
Yeah, I mean, he's been at Feyenoord for, what, 3 seasons? They hadn't won the title for 6 years. They won the title under him. They got to the Europa Conference final as well. They won the Dutch Cup last weekend. I think they're unbeaten this calendar year, but they're still 9 points behind PSV Eindhoven. Champions League this season, they didn't do that well. They finished behind Atletico Madrid and Lazio. They were in the same group as Celtic. I think they beat Celtic once. Celtic beat them at home. So his record isn't like absolutely exceptional. No. You know, I would contrast.
Erik ten Hag's was when he came here, wasn't it?
Exactly. When Erik ten Hag came to Manchester United, his record was better. What he'd achieved at Ajax, winning multiple titles, getting so close to getting to the Champions League final as well. So his record isn't, you know, absolutely right up there. I remember when Jurgen Klopp came to Liverpool, everybody knew Jurgen Klopp was the real deal, what he'd achieved at Borussia Dortmund in the German league and also getting to Champions League finals. So he's still got a lot to prove, but I think if Liverpool think he's the right man, if I was a Liverpool fan, I would trust Liverpool, I would trust FSG, and I would trust Michael Edwards.
But we stick with the football. And this story around Arne Slot, the final manager, potentially becoming the next Liverpool manager. Let's cross to Holland and get the very latest on this. We'll find out a little bit more about his suitability for the role. Stephen Coleman is a Dutch football writer at Der Telegraaf and covered AZ Alkmaar during the Slot years. Good afternoon, Stephen.
Yeah, good afternoon, boys.
So, how strong a story is this in your eyes? I'm sure you and your colleagues on the paper have been digging into this, ringing all your contacts. If you were a betting man, would you be saying that Arne Slot's going to be the next Liverpool manager?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we know him quite a bit, and know Feyenoord as well. They're already looking for a new manager. No, it's a done deal. Yeah.
What's different this year? I mean, he turned down Tottenham.
He's been linked with a lot of English clubs.
He has. He turned down Leeds, turned down Tottenham last year. The timing didn't feel right. They just won the title. This year they're going to probably finish second, aren't they? So he's not been able to follow that up. So what is different? Is it the fact it's Liverpool, or what's changed?
Well, I'm not sure. I think Spurs didn't want to go, all the way to the moon to contract him. Was also had to do something with buyouts and stuff like that. Obvious, Liverpool is a way bigger name than Spurs. Sorry for Spurs. I think the style of football is also the Arne Slot style of football. So he likes to play 4-3-3. He believes that you can play, that you can be successful as a manager with attractive football. So that I think also important. And come on, boys, Liverpool is huge.
On the other hand, though, it's following Jurgen Klopp, who's been very successful, and that's never easy. I mean, all managers believe in themselves, but that he's under pressure right from the word go. Really, I think.
Yeah, you're right. But if one person believes in himself, it's Arne Slot. And maybe an interesting fact: he is from Bergenheim. It sounds German, and it's pretty close to the German border. Actually, he's only 3 miles from the border, so he's sort of a half German. So maybe that'll help him. No, you're right. Jurgen Klopp is a legend. So I mean, one is never sure about if he can succeed him. But the moment he started his coaching career, his training career, he was an assistant first. He has been always successful. Always. Make him the manager of Sunderland, and his team will play attractive football. Will play, what did Ruud Gullit say? Sexy football.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think he's a top candidate because of his style of managing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it goes in an interesting time, and it's important really that Liverpool as a club knows the next man's going to be really before the end of the season. I wonder if is this going to unsettle sort of Feyenoord? As I said, they're well off the pace with PSV, so they're not going to win the title. So I suppose in some ways that doesn't compromise what's going on in Holland. And the Liverpool players kind of need to know who's going to be in next year. You don't want to kind of vacuum, which is what they've had really since the Klopp announcement.
No, but I think that it's a very good time actually to leak this news. I mean, Feyenoord just won the cup. That's not that as hard as it is in England. So he gave Feyenoord a second prize, and I think that is understanding with the director, de Kloeske, Mike de Kloeske, who worked in the US. He knows that if there's a real big club, is calling, that he will answer the phone, and they need to buy him out. So I think Feyenoord already is speaking of 15 million euros. So we're not that rich, in the Netherlands.
So we were hearing 10 million euros, but you think it's nearer 15, Stephen? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. But maybe that's the starting. The starting bid of Liverpool is 10, and the Feyenoord will ask 15. So somewhere in between.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's going to be aware of how difficult it's been for Erik ten Hag. He wouldn't be human if he hadn't. I mean, it's been difficult for him, hasn't it? And it's hard to see him. It's hard to see Ten Hag there next season.
You know what? It was hard for Ruud Gullit. It was hard for Ronald Koeman. It was hard for Louis van Gaal. But this is a different guy. I'm pretty sure about that. He's. I think he will speak his English quite proper. He's eloquent. He's civilized. He's more a Jurgen Klopp type than Erik ten Hag type. But you're right. Yeah, of course he knows it's hard. And there are like 4 or 5 huge contenders in the Premier League, right? So you won't finish as number 1 or 2 guaranteed as in the Netherlands. So yeah.
Do you sense, finally, we just mentioned Ten Hag, so I'll ask you the question, do you sense that he won't survive and be at Manchester United next year?
I wouldn't put any no Dutch old bill on that. No, I don't think so. No.
No. And you said Feyenoord were already looking for another manager. Have they got anybody in mind?
Yeah, the guy, his name is Aston. Sort of meet that he's from the East. Slot is from the East. No, FC20, yeah, their manager.
Oh, okay.
He's developing, doing well, yeah.
Wow. All right, well, good stuff, Stephen.
Yeah,
that's interesting. Done deal you kicked us off with. Excellent. So, look, good to talk to you. Thanks for joining us.
One thing.
Yeah.
No, Slot is a real good friend of the former Liverpool goalie, Sander Westerveld. They play a lot of golf together.
Oh,
okay.
So, okay. So he's got a man on the
just a small detail.
Man on the inside who can probably help him out. Yeah. Thank you, Stephen.
Never know. Okay, bye guys.
Stephen Koeman there, Dutch football writer.
Interesting.
Feeling that it's done. It's done. He's going to be the next Liverpool manager. That is very interesting. Very confident, and this is a man who knows him pretty well.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, we await the white smoke from Anfield. As we said, they'll probably want to announce it early on because there's recruitment to be done. Players need to know where they stand, who's going to be in charge. And, and it'll give Jurgen Klopp a chance to welcome him in and say nice things at the last game of the season, just as Sir Alex Ferguson did. That didn't work quite as well for David Moyes. I hope that works out slightly better. So we're talking boxing in the next hour, bit of rugby. Tom Gilby's going to join us, wine connoisseur and wine dealer who ran the marathon in London at the weekend, having a glass of wine at each mile. And also predicting what they were, spotting them and revealing what they were. And that's all to come. Tim Vickery with us later on. We'll talk some Manchester United and lots more besides. And we'll build up to the Merseyside derby live on TalkSport from 8.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Ten Hag himself was asked to rate the scale of the achievement if they end the season by winning the FA Cup.
For everyone to get it, I would say it's overperforming with all the problems we have had. So into the final is already big achievement, a great achievement. But we are here for trophies. But we have an opportunity to win a trophy so far, and that's good. But we're not satisfied by being in the final. We want to win them when you are there, and that's what we will go for. That's our mentality, and that's why we are successful. That's why I am successful already over 10 years as a manager. I always bring out the maximum of any squad.
I mean, he's saying there, Simon, I would say it would be overperforming. It would be an overachievement with all the problems they've had.
I know this is probably mean-spirited, but I don't take Erik ten Hag very seriously. I think some of the rubbish that comes out of his mouth doesn't make a lot of sense, and is completely out of kilter with where some of the observations are being made. The other day he was talking about young players coming through and what was going on with that in the context of something else. I don't think he should be answering questions in certain ways either. I think he should shut journalists down. I think the embarrassing comment should have been nipped in the bud. I don't think he should have to explain what Anthony's done. I think he should say, I'm not bothered about it, next. Because I think he gets himself into conversations that he doesn't need to be involved in. But getting to an FA Cup final for Man United overperforming, okay. Well,
if they win it.
Well, beating Liverpool and beating Manchester City will be based upon Man United's performance overperforming, because he's produced a team that underperforms.
You need a bit of luck to win any cup competition. It would have been easier. I mean, look, I agree with Simon to a degree. He does get himself tied up in knots sometimes where he goes with the conversations. But he's... I've forgotten my train of thought there. What was
I think he's quite right to stake his claim, push his own point.
He's got to
say, well, hang on a second. If we win this, with all the problems we've had, I'm not sure what the problems are, but if we win it, then it's an achievement that should be recognised.
Well, of course, and so he would. But that's not what we're asking to comment on. We're asking to comment on him and his performances in the team. And I don't feel that, and I have never felt, from the first press conference that we heard him speak, to the manner in which he got smashed by Brentford in one of his early games, to the challenges that he's had during the period of time, to the outcomes that they've got over the 20 months that he's been there, that he has the capability to lead Manchester United out of the wilderness.
He could have just said that we had a bit
Which
of
is
luck.
where they are.
We had a bit of luck today. Coventry were great. We'll take it. You've need a bit of luck sometimes to win things. We all know that. Looking forward to the final.
Does it inspire you? When you listen to it, me and him, and I think we both said the same thing. When we listened to him do his first person conference, nothing about you inspires me.
No.
And when I listen to him mumbling on in some monotone drone, which I have to accept primarily because of his mother language, I don't find myself taking anything away that makes me think, oh, I think you've got a lot about you. I listen to Philip. I listen to Philip.
We don't know what he's like in the dressing room.
Well, you can see what it's like in the dressing room by how his players play. Rashford does what he feels like. Garnacho does what he feels like. There's no work ethic in the team. They turn up when they want.
Finals in 2 years. We constantly go on about Mourinho having won a European trophy at Manchester United in his time there.
Yep.
Yep. If this fella finds a way of winning the FA Cup, it would have to be recognised, wouldn't it?
Of course it would. Because if they beat Manchester City in a Manchester derby in the FA Cup final, then of course it has to be recognised for what it is. But that does not remove him from. I very much doubt that they will. Man City are going to have a really off day. Well, we'll see.
Man City might have a sending off after 10 minutes. Things can happen.
Oh yes.
What it shows to me is, and why there's a narrative around the embarrassment of it, and United very relevant of whether they win the final or not, and he should go and all that. It's I've said this. Consistent performances and progression of a football club and a team is what the manager should be judged on. So you can see a progression, you can see players getting better. That's not always indicated by trophies. So you could look at Man United's lead up to the League Cup final when they beat Newcastle and the draw they had, and everyone was a home game and mostly lower league up, etc.
Yeah.
You can look, you can fight, you can do what you want. Trophies are
a benchmark.
A good benchmark, but not the only one. And I've said this for a long time. For example, when Bayer Leverkusen lost the Champions League final, lost the league on the last day, and lost the FA Cup the German Cup final, they won nothing. But they still had an incredible season where, for a consistent period of season, they won a load of games against top opposition, and a load of their players went on to great things.
Yeah.
And their manager was part of that. But just because he didn't win it doesn't mean he didn't do a good job. He did. United are not progressing. They've gone backwards. A lot of their players have gone backwards. The expectation of Manchester United's fans has gone backwards, all under his reign. Now, if he wins the FA Cup, that doesn't change the momentum of all those things. I think Ten Hag's done. I do not see any scenario, even if they went out and beat Man City 2 or 3-0 in the final, where he stays.
Yeah, I agree.
Because if he does, they're going to be in the same position next season because of all the other clubs progressing ahead of them.
And new broom sweep clean.
There's no way he's there.
And I do Radcliffe, and I think, we throw around terminologies like embarrassing, right? And hyperbole is a staple diet of everything. Chelsea's performance wasn't disgusting; it was poor. But people throw these expressions around because it creates attention.
I think the way he communicates, though, do you know something? He reminds me of another Dutchman, Dick Advocaat, who kind of barks English at you in fits and bursts. As is supposed to be a kind of smooth English speaker.
I accept that, but there's no substance behind what he says. You know, it's evident we're looking at what we're talking, you know, games that we're watching in front of us. We may not have the insight that he has on a daily basis because neither would we, because that's his job. But the evidence is in front of your eyes. I mean, Danny talks repeatedly about the choices that players make and the fact they've got choices. Rashford's got a choice. Fields' got a choice. Doesn't have to track back. So does Garnacho. They don't. Where does that come from then? That's got nothing to do with the challenges of adversity. It's got everything to do with the.
Simon, he just pushed back. I mean, we heard Ten Hag yesterday say that journalists embarrassing. I think you're embarrassing asking him that question.
Well, great, fantastic, because
he pushes back in it,
and so
he's in a corner. He's in a corner, and people do when they're in a corner.
He's got some substance.
And at the end of the day, he wouldn't be the Manchester United manager if he's got some substance. I don't want him to have some substance. I want him to have substance. Full stop. Not some. We can all turn on a little bit of substance every now and again.
I feel for him. I do, because he's walked into one of the biggest clubs, if not the biggest club in the world, from Ajax, which is still a big club, but not the same level. And he's dealing with lots of situations he probably didn't envisage, and he's learning on the job. Unfortunately, it's been too much for him. And the biggest reflection of that is not how he does a press conference, it's how his team plays. And the players, for a long period now, when you watch United play, don't play for him. That's not
So you think no matter what, he goes at the end of the season?
It's got to, if United want to be competitive again, because he's not up to the job.
Okay.
He's a good guy, a good football man, and he's done okay in his first season, but he's not up to the job to manage a club like Manchester United.
Well, they're up against Sheffield United tonight, and of course you can hear that across the TalkSport network. Let's hope there's no cupping of the ears in that one.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app, and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Pochettino says, I think we cannot blame the players. The circumstances are not helping us. Michael's a big Chelsea fan. Michael, good morning. What are the circumstances that Pochettino's talking about?
Morning, chaps. Love the show as always.
Morning.
Thank you, Michael.
Morning. To be fair, look, you can blame youth all you want, but you can't go to the Emirates against one of your biggest rivals and put in a performance like that and get laughed about. You know, it was absolutely shambolic. The thing is, you can have all the ability in the world, but to get that balance, there needs to be a mentality there. You know, there's no leadership. I mean, Conor Gallagher, you know, he can run around and win the ball and stuff, but I don't see him as a leader, as a captain. You need someone that can go and pick the players up when they're performing as badly as they did yesterday, rough them up a little bit and get them to play better. It was absolutely shocking.
Are you talking about more senior players on the pitch or around the training ground to actually create and help that mentality?
Yeah.
Because they haven't got them, have they?
Yes, you've got nothing. There's no leadership. There's no leadership whatsoever. I mean, to be fair, the way we played against City, if Jackson had taken his chances, we should have won that. And even yesterday, he had 3 good chances. And look, he's young. He's probably shot of confidence, but there's no excuse. There's no excuse. He handballed it instead of headering it.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
And even the second half, he had the whole goal to shoot at, and he tries to go keep his near post instead of smash it on the other side.
Are you happy to give it time, Michael?
He's got no choice.
To be fair, yeah, that's true. There's no choice.
Just on the circumstances that Jim asked you at the beginning, I'm thinking about that. I think what Poch is alluding to is the fact that the amount of the imbalance in the squad. He's not saying it, hammer and bowling, but he's saying the circumstances around. Look, we've got some injuries, and we've only got young players. So what do you expect? That's what he's talking about. Circumstances.
Yeah, you go to Villa this weekend, Michael. Do you expect to get anything?
Well, I mean, to be fair, we could lose 5-0 against Arsenal and then probably win 4-0 against Villa. That's the season so far. But
All right.
I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, thanks for your call, mate. Here's Sean, another Chelsea fan, one of many. Couple of many coming on now in numbers. Sean, good morning. What did you witness last night? What's your takeaway from it?
Morning, Jim, Danny, Simon, my
Morning,
life
Sean.
idol. Basically, I'm not happy that Cole Palmer didn't play last night because he can't carry this team on his shoulders just constantly. It don't do nothing for his confidence when he's the only player playing for Chelsea. It just the confidence level is just too low. There's no leaders on the pitch. It was just awful, like absolutely shocking. So
I think there are. I mean, look, he has been leading. He has been leading you, and luckily for Chelsea is that when Chelsea don't play well and lose, his confidence doesn't get affected at all. That's a brilliant thing. But when you look at some of the players like Mudryk, who's got this pace and skill, but he looks shot of any belief in himself or confidence.
Yeah.
You know, how do you change that? Well, I always feel and always think it's necessary, and I from personal experience. And the two best examples at Liverpool, when they brought Gary McAllister in at 35, was he, Jim? I think.
Yeah.
And Dietmar Hamann, who was a German international who played at Munich, those two were unbelievable at guiding you through games at times when things weren't going well. Helping you out, little comments, organising the team, keeping structure, getting you back in.
Right.
Chelsea don't have them.
No. Sean, listen, thanks for your call. Simon's your idol, is he?
Legend.
Legend.
I mean, most things he says I take. Not all, but most.
There you go, Simon. There you
Thank
go.
you very much.
There you go. Sean, thank you for that. There's a message coming in, one of many. Morning, guys. Chelsea, home and away I go. I agree with Danny and Simon on the young squad theory, but I was watching Madueke, Enzo, Jackson, who trot around, no closing down. Doesn't matter what age you are. That surely is a basic.
Well, hold on. What? I mean, you can accuse Jackson of not being a good finisher, but you can't accuse him of not working hard. Fella doesn't stop. He closes down, he runs the channels, he must cover more ground than most strikers in the Premier League now.
So he gets a pass at the moment.
Well, I think if you're going to accuse someone of not closing down, not working hard, you need to look at the numbers surrounding Jackson, because his numbers are ridiculous.
But this fellow follows him home and away.
Well, you see the same thing on television. I get that. I can see the numbers. I'm lucky enough to get the numbers. Nicholas Jackson cannot be accused of anything in terms of his work ethic, but he can certainly be accused of being a poor finisher. But let's not, let's put things in perspective.
And he's here to finish.
Pardon?
That's his job.
Exactly.
Yeah. Jay, you big Chelsea fan. What's your take on this? Are you going to give them time?
How are we?
Good, Jay.
Good morning.
How are you, mate?
Well, I'm very well. With you, I agree with a lot of what Simon and Danny have said today. Simon, particularly from the business side of things, and the owners and the way they've restructured the club and what's going on at the club, and from Danny's point of view when he refers to a young playing staff and a lack of seniors, and therein lies the problem at the club. I think it's abundantly clear. Okay. There is a severe lack of senior pros within the squad that can bring along these guys, these youngsters, who are quite clearly. But where I have a problem on at the club and the guys, Clear Lake and Bowley and those guys, is that their plan is a hugely unrealistic one of bringing in young players who a lot of people actually didn't know. I heard people talking about Enzo winning a World Cup, okay? No, Enzo didn't win the World Cup. Messi won the World Cup for Argentina.
Yeah,
I believe that Enzo played a couple of games and wasn't a starter at the World Cup.
He started. He got in after the second game and stayed in, to be fair to him, so he did. But yeah, it's a fair point you make about that.
You think, Jay, the ownership are being unrealistic?
I think we all understand, right? I've played the games, not to a professional level like Danny has, but I've played the game at a very high level, and you guys have been around it, right? You know it very well, and we can all agree that if you like, this procedure, this plan, this direction, whatever you want to call it, I hate the word project, but it's been used, is a hugely unrealistic one that's never been done before. The best sides that have ever won titles across the planet have a good blend of senior players and young players. And that's how you bring them through. You talk about Michael Owen. Yes, but Michael Owen, when Michael Owen came through, right, he was an extreme exception. But look who he had around him.
Yes,
right? Jackson, Jackson would have never started as a Chelsea striker. He would have waited his time. You would have had guys like Anelka and Drogba.
So, Jay, the suggestion being, Simon, that the way the ownership have gone about it is unrealistic.
Well, I think that's pretty self-evident, isn't it? I think we've all been saying the same thing, that the balance is wrong. But I don't believe that you can just exonerate Pochettino from the equation and suggest that the £400 million that was spent during the period of time that he's there, cannot be considered as choices that... I mean, the argument is constantly and persistently... And
he's not getting involved in what players are coming.
Well, I don't believe that.
I do.
Well, so let's just pare it back a second.
No chance.
Let's just pare it back a second. Chelsea are chasing after Pochettino. They've got a problem last summer. They're trying to get him in early, right? They want to bring him in. He doesn't want to come in because he doesn't want to make it his side. He doesn't want to assume the role. So Lampard goes in there and does whatever Lampard does and doesn't do. So the guy that they're seeking, that they really want, right, has absolutely no say in the materials that they're going to provide. Well, so Pochettino's going to walk through the door and go, I'm going to come in, right, and I'm going to be responsible for a team that I'm going to have no input in who you buy. It's a ridiculous assertion. He had all the currency, all the juice. He was the one that they were chasing. He wasn't chasing them. And as part of his conditionality of going to Chelsea would have been a manager saying, to some extent, I imagine I'm going to be involved significantly in which players we do and don't seek.
I think the word significantly would be wrong. I think maybe he would sit down when the players are presented and go, I'd prefer him rather than him. But you don't spend millions of pounds on two different directors of football and get him from Brighton, get him from all those different the Brighton guys, bring all those in. They like many clubs now, present the players to the coach.
But it's the same thing.
But
unless the manager to go scouting, what you're saying is silly. Because Klopp doesn't go scouting. They get players.
Klopp has earned the right, as years have gone by, to be more of a dictator on what players come in and don't.
It does seem, though, Simon, that other clubs have done what Chelsea haven't done. Like Newcastle recruit Anthony Gordon, Villa not recently, but in time gone by, Ollie Watkins. I mean, last night we hadn't even addressed this. One of the star guys on the pitch was a much maligned Kai Havertz, once of Chelsea, now of Arsenal.
Well, Anthony Gordon's a bad example because he's exactly the type Chelsea would go for.
That's my point.
No, but what they don't do is go for people like Kieran Trippier, which is the perfect type.
Whatever Newcastle do, right, let's just be clear. So when we're comparing and contrasting, right, the media and the fan bases are very different towards Newcastle than they are towards Chelsea. Right? So the expectation of Chelsea is that Chelsea are going to constantly be winning the league. The expectation of Newcastle is that they've been run by Mike Ashley, a miserly curmudgeon that gave them no money, and anything above the bottom four is a good return for Newcastle. And so their fan base were delighted, the energy was there, and they made some sensible decisions. Did anyone advocate for Chelsea buying Chris Wood then?
No, Newcastle.
No, I'm suggesting that Newcastle bought Chris Wood because at a moment in time to do certain jobs, right? And there's a different level of expectation. It doesn't give Chelsea a pass. These players that they've paid far too much money for and invested have been the wrong balance. And if they don't get the right balance this summer, then I think everyone should be piling in on them.
Just to finalise and repeat something. It's not just about these players progressing to become really good and Chelsea get better. My concern for Chelsea is that what they've done by buying these young players full of potential is some of them aren't as good as they thought they were. That's going to be the problem. I don't hear any
complaints about the lack of involvement from Pochettino about Cole Palmer. Who bought that player? Oh, that's a success. That one worked out. Oh, okay.
Okay. The upshot is Chelsea lost it 5-0 and it's Villa next for them.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Incredibly, Klopp's record in the Merseyside derbies is absolutely astoundingly brilliant. And he goes there tonight for what is his final game in charge. Merseyside derby game in charge, of course. A couple of games after that. And then it's goodbye to Jurgen Klopp. Now, the sensible opinion at the moment is that the Feyenoord head coach, Arne Slot, has emerged as a leading candidate, if not the leading candidate, in Liverpool's search for a replacement. Danny, I know it's important to you, mate, because you played for the club with distinction. You more than most would want them to get this decision right. If it ends up being Slot, would that be close to the right decision? Would you be comfortable with that from what you know of Arne Slot?
Well, you have to be comfortable with the people in charge at Liverpool and their history and the decisions they've made. They get a lot right, so you have to put some trust in them, because my knowledge of him isn't that great, only what I've read.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be quite bubbly, funny guy, charismatic, he's not a quiet, kind of subdued, aloof type guy, which is more similar to Klopp than maybe some of the others who've been thought about for the job. I was looking at some stuff around the way his team play. It's front foot stuff, good attacking football, won the league within 2 years at Feyenoord. The one interesting bit was the turnovers, winning the ball back, the highest in all 7 leagues over the last year. So or season I should say. So that's
encouraging.
Yeah,
right.
Well, Liverpool was second.
Sure. All right.
So
right. Okay.
Maybe they're looking at some similarities around the high energy, the attacking football, chaotic football, should we call it? That, and it kind of. The other little bit around that is they also got a great stat about coming back from losing positions, which I don't know whether it's a good or a bad thing, but it shows resilience.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, it seems to be moving, Danny, of that there's no doubt.
Yeah.
And there are even reports at this stage, mid-morning, that Liverpool have indeed opened talks with Feyenoord for Arne Slot. Let's find out if that is indeed the case. One man will know that, whether it's true or not, and he's top journalist in Holland, Marcel van der Kraan. Marcel, good morning to you. Is it the case, from your knowledge, that Liverpool are now in talks with Feyenoord for Slot?
Yes, absolutely. I've got full confirmation from both ends. Feyenoord have confirmed that there is big talks going on, and from the camp of Arne, there are also very strong signals that they realise that things are moving. Richard Hughes is in contact, which I think is the football or sporting director of Liverpool. He's in contact with the CEO of Feyenoord, and what I understand over the last 15 minutes is that Feyenoord have received the first offer of several millions, and we're talking about more than £5 million for Arne Slot. But I tell you now, that will not be enough.
Okay, to get him out of Feyenoord, the negotiating the fee that would do that, but what you're saying is the opening offer from Liverpool to do that will be insufficient in Feyenoord's eyes.
Absolutely, yes. See, Feyenoord are really, really happy with this manager, and I can understand why. He is, in my opinion as well, one of the best managers in the history of the club. He's brought the kind of football, and yesterday I called it a little bit cheekily crazy and sexy football, but he's brought the football Feyenoord fans thought they would never see in their stadium. It's so attacking. It is probably what made Dutch football big in the 70s, what we used to call total football. Attacking like crazy on behalf of the opponents, taking big risks. And I just heard you guys talking earlier about coming back from losing positions, taking the big risk. Throws similarities to what Pep Guardiola does, high line. Sometimes you get beaten on the counter, but this team is always good enough to really demolish the opposition with the amount of attacking. And in that way, he is almost a Klopp 2.0. Some of the descriptions you just gave on the show, you guys, are very good. It's exactly that's how it is. And Feyenoord do not want to lose, really, this kind of manager, because he's brought success. He's really developed the players, which has led to bigger transfer fees than they've ever had. There is interest all over Europe for their players, and every time he's had to build a team from scratch, because when he sold all the best players last year, he had to buy 13 or 14 new players. And he wins the cup, he takes it to the Champions League for the second time.
Sure.
And the football was great again.
Yeah, but Marcel, just before Danny and Simon come in, and they're eager to do that, Slot. So if the talks are now underway, will Slot want to go to Liverpool?
He is absolutely desperate to go to the Premier League, and he only wants to do it if a big enough club would come, because Feyenoord gave him such a big contract. They have given him a Premier League salary. He is on almost £4.5 million a year. Now, that sort of money has never been paid in the history of Dutch football to any manager in the Eredivisie, because our league has never been big enough for that. But because he's so good, they wanted to do that, and they thought they had secured him. till the summer of 2026 with that sort of money. Now, that means to compensate the loss of the quality of him, and because of the wages they pay him, they will demand a huge fee.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Marcel. I mean, there was indexing of him to Tottenham a year or so ago, so clearly there's a motivation, and you've already determined that he wants to come and manage for one of the big sides in the Premier League. He's contracted to 2026. Do you have any insight as to what the contractual obligations are like in terms of the compensation payments that will have to be made, or is it just a fast and loose negotiation?
He has no clause in his contract, which is very unusual, actually, because if you really are that desperate, if I had been the advisor, I would have said, look, I'll sign a new contract, but
I want a release clause.
These clauses, yes. Well, that's not the case. I have just written this morning in the Dutch Telegraph that I think the money will have to come up to 15 million euros, which is about 12.5, 13 million pounds.
I mean, if Liverpool balk at those, I mean, I'm not suggesting they will. If he's got no release clause in his contract, then the manager can literally turn around to the club and say, I really don't want to be here, and you've got a manager here that doesn't want to be here. Does he have that sort of character if it came down to that? If the negotiations became such a problem because, Feyenoord want so much money that Liverpool don't want to pay it, could you see, well, it depends what they ask for. I mean, Chelsea, but there's been a precedent with Chelsea paid 20 million quid for Potter. So I'm just asking Marcel to see what the character of the fellow is. Could you see any issue between Feyenoord and the manager coming to the fore if the commercial negotiations break down because Feyenoord's expectations of what they'll be able to get out of Liverpool aren't Liverpool's expectations of what they're prepared to pay?
It's a really good point. And actually, we saw that very situation 12 months ago. A couple of days after winning the league, Tottenham came. It came to negotiations. Daniel Levy was offering money, bigger money, and Feyenoord would not buckle. And in the end, he decided, okay, then I'll stay with Feyenoord, and he carried on as a happy manager, and he sulked a bit maybe for a bit, but then in the end, he said to everybody, look, I'm happy. I should be glad with the job I've got. So in that way, he's a very sporting, positive manager. I've never seen him in any press conference after any defeat in a nasty way. He's a really, really good communicator, not just with the media, but in particular with his players. And I think in that way, there is a very similar, sort of background as to what Klopp has as a manager.
Can I ask you one question, because he's managing over there, of course, as Ten Hag did, and he's had success, and people are liking the way he plays. What is the difference with the two? Because Ten Hag's come here and ultimately struggled. The team's gone backwards, and he's being criticised, and a lot of chat is, well, he wasn't prepared to come to a big club because he's only managed in Holland. What would you say gives Slot the edge over Ten Hag, or the difference that he could be a success at Liverpool?
I would say that he's a far more relaxed man. He's a brilliant communicator, and he has incredible self-confidence about his playing style, and that leans very much towards Guardiola. His style, his way of football, from the very beginning as a coach, whether he was with a small club, his next club base at Alkmaar and at Feyenoord, whoever he played in the Champions League, never ever adapted to any team. And in that way, I've seen where Ten Hag has made, he's made, would lead towards the other team and change the style of his team.
Yeah.
If his side was not good enough.
Marcel, you've got huge experience in this. Does this get done before the end of the week? We're at Wednesday now.
I expect it to be done in the weekend, and my only reservation is it's another manager from Holland who has never played in the Premier League, and that I've always said could be a bit of a problem, because you have to know the culture and the atmosphere of English football, and my reservations are really against all that sort of those sort of transfers. Every Dutch manager has struggled so far, in my opinion.
Okay, maybe he'll be the exception to prove the rule. Marcel van der Kraan, thank you so much for that. Does he sound like the right kind of profile to you, as a right fit?
It sounded really positive. I mean, obviously he knows more than I. Sorry, who was it we just had on? I forgot.
Marcel van der Kraan.
Yeah, Marcel. He knows him a lot better, and his positivity is infectious. I think the playing style sounds similar, the character. I mean, the only concern for me would always be any manager who's not played or managed in the Premier League is going to be learning on the job to a degree. But I don't think there's a perfect candidate. Anyone who is linked with the Liverpool job, who is given the Liverpool job, there is an element of risk with it because you're following an absolute god. Aren't they, in terms of Jurgen Klopp?
In the eyes of Liverpool fans, yeah. Many would say maybe he should have won more while he was
there.
there.
Okay, but I meant in terms of...
One thing about Slot is, as a player, he operated in Holland and only Holland, Simon. Yeah. As a manager, he's only operated in the Netherlands as well.
That's why I asked him the question about Ten Hag as well.
Yeah. So that's his level of experience.
How many clubs around the world did Pep Guardiola play for?
True.
Well, Barcelona ended up with Brescia, didn't it, in Italy?
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, sure. This fella is highly rated as a coach, and as Van der Kraan
Klopp
said,
managed in Germany and played in Germany,
exactly,
and had nothing to do with the Premier League. If the guy's good enough, the nationality won't come into play.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, we've got this reservation because we don't know how Louis van Gaal, Louis van Gaal.
Yeah,
my pronunciations these days. I need to go and see Lionel Logan, the King's Speech.
Bayern Leverkusen.
Bayern Leverkusen. Yeah. But his reaction to the media and the perception of him coming in, and obviously we've got this question about, Ten Hag ad infinitum. I think Koeman, for a period of time, did a decent job at the level that he was at. I think the guy's got a great win record. The team aren't winning the league currently in the Eredivisie. But if he's got the personality is the big thing. The personality, can he bridge that gap between this remarkable relationship that Klopp's been able to engender that brings the whole club together? That's what he's done. And I kind of always resist this notion that that's what they do. But there are a few people that do. Shankly did it at Liverpool, and this guy's done it too. Kenny Dalglish did it. Guardiola's done it by the nature of the fact his team are so brilliant that they can't not be behind him.
Yeah.
But this will be an interesting... It's a huge risk for anyone to take on the mantle after Klopp, because of the nature of what you're following in.
But this fella comes with a reputation of playing total football, as identified years ago by Rinus Michels, who started it all.
Yeah, I know, but total football won the Dutch nothing. I mean, eventually they managed to win the 1988 European Championships when they were really playing total football. They didn't win anything, did they?
Didn't win the World Cup, that's for sure. So Arne Slot in talks with Liverpool, it appears, or Feyenoord in talks right now regarding his release to Liverpool. We should well have an answer sooner than later.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app, and on your...
Charles as captains tonight. Viju Hatzigan is on video assist duty for this one. As for Barcelona, Rades makes just one alteration to last week as Mariona Caldente is out and Lucy Bronze comes in. So when Badger swaps sides, sprint leader Rolfa moved further forward. Irina Paredes clocks 50 appearances in Europe here tonight. There's going to be some threat coming at Chelsea here.
The UEFA Women's Champions League, sponsored by
Head to the DAZN app on your mobile web browser. Sign up, click on the game, join in the fun. Let's take the knee before we get underway. Off we go then. 90 minutes, maybe more, for a place in the UEFA Women's Champions League final. You won't miss a beat here on DAZN, the global home of women's football. Chelsea in front overall, not by much. Barcelona in the mood to make sure what happened in the first leg does not happen here at Stamford Bridge. Emma Byrne, European winner, alongside me again for this one. Try predicting what happens here tonight.
Impossible, Chris. I mean, who would have predicted that Ramirez wouldn't be playing here today? She, as I said before, she was an absolute thorn in Barca's defensive side, and it's a big loss for Chelsea. But more importantly, more than that, Chelsea really need to get off to a good start here. We see they got off to a bit of a shaky start last week in Barcelona, and I'm sure that's one message that M. Hayes has been driving home. Get off to a good start.
Mr. Bruns with the throw. There's only Leupolds. A little bit frantic with Cuppa there, and Nick Charles. Back to Hannah Hampton, who, to be fair, didn't have that much to do. She wasn't exactly tested by Barcelona, who are looking to get right up at Chelsea here. They didn't expect the force to come right at the Blues in the early stages.
Well, I'd nearly put my mortgage on it that she's going to have a little bit more to do here today. She's not going to get away with that one again. But just looking at this Barca lineup, you can see that Jonathan Giraldez has made a change. Obviously wasn't happy with how things went last week, to be expected. He's brought Lucy Bronze on because of her experience, basically. Caroline Graham-Hansen was sitting way too deep last week, and Lucy Bronze will not allow that to happen. Also, I think pushing Rolfo up just brings that physicality into the game a little bit higher.
Serena Paredes leading the way, and on her 50th appearance in Europe tonight. Now Aitana Bonmati, they'll be looking to get her in the game as much as possible. She was, I dare you say, a little bit of a passenger last week in that first leg.
Mind yourself, Chris. You can't say things like that about her. I just think she was caught in the middle. I think Chelsea did really well to block the balls going into her. You can see already she's dropping a little bit deeper to get on the ball. We'll see that from her. And it's such a difficult game for Chelsea, because something that they've done extremely well last week takes a lot of attention, a lot of focus. No one player switching off, so difficult.
Pickpocketed by Erin Cuthbert. And there was moments in the first half in particular where Chelsea might have had a shaky start, but on the counter-attack, that pace really did trouble Barcelona. Here's Lauren James, former Cario, who knows what it takes to score at a final, to win a final in a days with Lyon.
Well, you hit the nail on the head there, Chris. That is the difference with Ramirez not involved here. They don't have that option for that long ball, that hopeful ball, and have those players running behind. Lauren James is not really going to do that as much. Macario's a player that likes to come a little bit deeper and collect the ball, but that might work in Lauren James's favour. You know, last week she was a little bit quiet too. Maybe Macario will bring her into the game a little bit more than Ramirez did.
There's Bronze, Hansen, has been in sparkling form, arguably playing the football of her career. Leupolds, now Macario, threaded through for Lauren James, just a little too much weight on it.
It wasn't a bad idea, was it? But actually, if you have a look over to the right, Kennerid is free in an acres of space. Perhaps that was the better ball.
The clearances from Katakol wasn't the best of control as well. And Parahuelo, now Patrick Guijarro. That killer pass, but Jess Carter was able to cut it out. And Hayes saying, this is a game that is played in the head first and foremost. She was asked about her emotions coming into this one, but she's not been thinking about it. She says just that it's an honour and a privilege to be a football coach of this team and in these surroundings. There's Badger. Carter for company. Badger finding Patrick Guijarro. Making the move, Carter cutting it out. There's Grenengen. It's snuffed out as well.
You can see the spaces that Barca want to play into, can't you? Into those areas, in behind the back line there, into the corner corridors. And that is where Chelsea need to be careful of. They're playing in a 3-5-2, so to speak, and they're going to have to bring Kennerid back to try and cover those spaces. Kennerid isn't naturally a defender, so there's plenty of communication needed on that side in particular.
Sandra Parahuelo had a moment last week. For Hannah Hampton now. Launch it. If she is with the ball at her feet. Leupolds finding Aaron Cuthbert. He couldn't have struck her a strike any sweeter than she did as it landed in the top corner on half an hour, which is the difference in the overall time. Jonathan Herald, there's no excuses, he said after last week. He was quite honest of the changes that would be needed for this one. As Timo got some defending to do now. And the pass for Lawrence. Snuffed out by Lucy Bronze. It's Graham Hansen, but Leupolds wasn't holding back there.
Great tackle from Leupolds. You know, spoke about Geraldes earlier there. He got it wrong last week. I think the tactics were all wrong. And, you know, I think he was so preoccupied when you're playing a 4-3-3, the spaces, those half spaces in the wide areas are very dangerous, and I think he was so preoccupied with that. Asking his wide forwards to drop in. They didn't have enough players getting forward.
It won't just be Emma Hayes going stateside, but Martin Geraldes will be after this season to the Washington Spirit. So it's a big one for him to get to another Champions League final and win it on home turf as well in Bilbao. Here is Bronze. He's got plenty of winners' medals. Morocco for a time with Lyon. Former teammate in Buchanan. For Lauren James. The flag would have gone up anyhow.
Yeah, she was offside. But that's not the first time they've looked for that out ball. I know they're trying to stretch the game a little bit. They might want to try and keep possession a little bit more.
To do a bit to try and keep that from going out for a corner. She might have hurt herself in the process into those advertising hoardings.
Well, we spoke about physicality from Rodolfo, and I think this is exactly what I was talking about. Just that little push on Carter, putting pressure on her.
Tough stuff. Jess Carter, the make him tough in Warwick. Take a place with some defending to do from this set piece, which Graham Hansen will take, but will go short for Parahuelo. Graham Hansen back for Salma Parahuelo to whip it in. Touched away, Shoka Newscombe. Picking up more awards in midweek. The Laureus Awards. Bronze, what a ball in that is. Taking out Patrick Iharo. And control let it down in the end.
What a ball. Just have a look at this. Absolutely brilliant ball. Buchanan had lost. Iharo. Very uncharacteristic like of Patrick Iharo to have a bad touch in there, but it's a warning sign for Chelsea.
One of many who didn't play in midweek, as Barcelona were actually in league action against Levante Las Planas. Full-on changes made. And of course, they're running away with it at the top end of Liga FA are Barcelona. There's Aitana Bonmati. Wide for Rolfa. It's too long for anybody.
Got away with that one. Bit of a mix-up in midfield from Cuthbert and Leupolz. Just need to settle it down a little bit. We've heard a few players from the Barca team basically giving out about the game management from Chelsea last week, and I think this is exactly where they need it. They need to try and waste as much time as possible.
Aitana Bonmati at the centre of those comments.
I wasn't going to name any names there, Chris.
She's calling on the spirit of Eindhoven. Aitana Bonmati. They were 2-0 down in the final, remember, against Wolfsburg. And they came back incredibly in that second half. Aitana had a say in those goals as well with an assist. Barcelona just nudging it with regards to possession so far. Here she is again, finding the spaces. Lawrence cutting that out. Aston getting caught out. Barcelona right up at Chelsea here, chasing things. Graham Hansen, is she caught? Notices the referee.
The referee let that one go, but I do actually think she was caught. It's interesting how Graham Hansen is going infield a lot more, just allowing that space for Lucy Bronze to overlap her, which she wasn't doing last week.
She's only just got onto her feet, so there's loads of space on this side for Chelsea now. With Lawrence. Nuska. James back to Buchanan. Touch from Nuska, will find Lawrence. Oh, the flag's up.
That's a shame. It's good play from Nuskin. She's getting released a little bit more because Macario will like to drop a little bit. I've already said that. She likes to drop into those kind of number 10 positions. And I'm sure the message for Nuskin is you need to make those runs. You need to go a little bit higher. And I mean, she's not bad at playing in those positions either, is she? Centre-back, midfield or second striker.
She says maybe in the future she will play in goal. But the only place left to tick off, as you say, is Lucy Bronze. Was a substitute in the first leg. Nothing on target for Barcelona, incredibly. Just 11 shots overall. They had the biggest chance for Alexia when she came off the bench. Hampton playing with a little bit of fire.
You know, I'm all for Cooper's being calm and in control, but that was a little bit close for comfort. So Chelsea need to be careful here because Barca are completely overloaded in the central areas. They do like to attack centrally, but it's in excess at the moment. You can see Rolfo's coming right in. You've got Kikaro, Gaetano Bonmati and Kira Walsh playing against the three, Cuthbert, Newcastle and Muskin.
James. Just impossible to get the ball off her. Potter across. Beats it out.
Yeah, they have to clean up a little bit. Chelsea giving the ball away there. It's the right decision from Carter to drive. If they're pushing up so high, if she can break that press, there's a lot of space.
Cuthbert goes back to Hannah Hampton. Already he's probably touched the ball more than what she did the Luis Companys last week. Don't forget, you can show your support, get involved in the fan zone, scan the QR code or head to the DAZN app via your mobile or web. Share your messages of support for the team or preferred player. Let us know who you want to win now. Here's Lucy Bronze. We've got 45 minutes in the week against Levante Las Planas. Come off at half-time. Parahuelo. Now James. And get away from Patry, she can. Here's Inconnerid. She's just got so much energy down that flank. Niamh Charles.
Inconnerid was excellent last week. I wasn't sure when I seen where she was playing and who she was playing against, but she did really well. She's also a very, very good outlet that Chelsea aren't really using so much of. She's in a good bit of space on that side. Perhaps they can play her a little bit more.
Hampton kept just a second clean sheet in the Champions League this season. Cuthbert and the vision to switch and find Lawrence to perfection. Lawrence's ball in is deep and back up, and as far as Erin Cuthbert, not quite the same when it comes to the execution as we saw a week ago.
Confidence is high, that's for sure. It's really nice play from Chelsea. That switch is brilliant. As you know how Barca like to press, they like to press in numbers, which means there is going to be space on the other side, and a beautiful ball from Cuthbert.
Absolute difference maker she was in the first leg. It's Niamh Charles. With every game that she plays for Chelsea, just seems to be getting better and better. Jess Carter, careful. Towards James. Eventually going up. It was the first home defeat in 5 years in all competitions last weekend for Barcelona. Overall, their first competitive defeat all season. It was the first time that they lost a first leg since September of 2018, though on that occasion against Kazakhstan opposition, they would turn it around in the second leg.
Well, speaking of new territory, this is new territory for Barca. It's such a tight game. It's one of the first times they've had to go away and get a result in such a tight game.
That is an awkward one from Charles. Patry for Aitana Bonmati. Just wondered whether there was enough of an angle maybe to have a proper goal there. Bronze blocked by the determined Nuska. There's Lawrence. And now Macario to just calm things down for Chelsea. Lawrence again. And Macario, James making the move. Just a little too far in front. It would have been a closer one as well, whether the flag would have gone up.
Yeah, I think it would have, Chris, and it's where Lauren James really needs to be careful. She needs to make sure she stays on side, because It's going to be a very long game for Chelsea if they can't keep possession a little bit more.
It's Bronze. Engen taking charge now for Rita Paredes, who went out to Chelsea in the 2019 quarter-finals in her days with Paris Saint-Germain. Still without a regular partner in crime at the part of that defence, Mappy Leon, who is back on the training field, which is a real boost. But Engen has put in a shift all right as cover in that position.
She thought Engen did quite well last week, considering who she was up against.
James. She's up against Paredes. Lauren James. Macario is there as support. She knew exactly what Lauren James was wanting to do there, but Chelsea will still get the throw in a promising area.
Clever play from James. She has a look up, she can see that there are no blue shirts in the box, so just to, again, just try and keep possession, try to slow it down a little bit.
Nothing absolutely clear-cut created just yet in this tense second leg of this semi-final. Lawrence. It's in Colorwood. She got it well. She's not simply one of the tallest out there.
Well, Chelsea have reached that 15-minute marker. They've kept them out. That's the first target. Can they get to half-time? Because there has been a few shaky moments, all through their own fault, of course.
Space here for Graham Hansen. Nothing to her left. What a pass to find Parahuelo. Rolfer is in support with her. Aitana Bonmati. Verona Badger. Options in yellow in there. They're going to have to settle for a corner instead.
Well, they're finding those spaces, aren't they? Onabashe had 2 crosses in the first half last week, just 2. So she's already reached that. She's getting higher up, finding those spaces.
Alicia Buchanan, she said her heart sank a little bit when a penalty was awarded against her for handball. Fortunate for Chelsea and for her that it was to be allowed due to an offside. On the Badger again for Lucy Bronze. Carter was there, and Hampton has to get down and just about hold on to it.
Well, that is the spare player in these situations, on the edge of the box. This all comes from a corner as well. Chelsea need to get more efficient. Barca have 2 players out. We've already seen them play it short. They're playing it short because Chelsea just aren't ready for that. So we need to get better at that.
Engen's got time here. Paredes. Lucy Bronze. Once upon a time lost to Chelsea in an FA Cup final in Manchester City days. Paredes. Bronze again. Years, 12 wonderful years. And how she has brought Chelsea Football Club so far. And those Danes at Staines Football Club acting as a groundsperson for games to make sure that a game of this quality and of this standard season after season can take place.
she's been incredible, hasn't she? I've been around for all of those years. I've seen the changes that she's made at this club, and it's incredible.
So forget that she has tasted what it is like to win in Europe, the top prize, not as a head coach. There's Bronze. Graham Hansen. Sort of area where she just loves to be direct, running at defenders. Niamh Charles wasn't having any of it.
Excellent defending from Niamh Charles. Brilliant. You can see once Caroline Graham-Hansen gets the ball at her feet and starts running, she's very, very difficult, and especially when she gets in the box like she did. Charles did really, really well.
Buchanan. Here's Aitana Bonmati. It's a great touch and turn. Deflection and in. When they needed her the most, Barcelona level it through Aitana Bonmati, the world's best player. Now we've got a semi-final on our hands.
It was coming. There was so much pressure on that Chelsea backline. Wasn't cleared properly. You just need to communicate there. You can see loopholes and Charles getting in each other's way. And this is where Aitana Bonmati is so good, just getting into those spaces. You cannot give her an inch. Fortunate deflection, just takes it away from Hannah Hampton. Game on.
Fifth goal in the competition this season. It might be her most important. Aitana Bonmati was very much on the edge of things in the first leg, but how she's arrived here, and Barcelona in front here and now level in the tie. Strap yourselves in, everyone. She's taking a bang in the face as well here. Aitana Bonmati. Yeah, getting absolutely flush. The nose, the clearance from Erin Cuthbert. And here on DAZN, the global home of women's football, we've got some great prizes to give away. Winners from the quarterfinals have already received their prizes. And to be with a chance of winning a signed t-shirt from a Team Visa footballer, share with us your pep talk and you'd like to give to your team right now in the fan zone. Just scan the QR code or head to the DAZN app on your mobile or web. So breaking play, so Aitana can get patched up here. Big moment in the tie.
She just gets that touch out of her feet. And when there's traffic in the box, it's very difficult for the goalkeeper. But I would say to Hannah Hampton, can you stay on your feet a little bit longer, because that's what it's about. If it does hit off a player, you've got that such small reaction time. It was a good moment for Emma Hayes to go and speak to her players, because Barca posed a different problem this week. Last week was about the Chelsea defenders, the centre-backs stepping into midfield to try and create the numbers up. Now Barca are playing around, they're creating numbers in wide areas. The centre-backs need to push the players out. Niamh Charles has to push Ashley Lawrence out, make sure Lucy Bronze doesn't get on the ball. But Graham Hansen is keeping her a little bit busy at the moment, so they need to work it out.
Kira Walsh wins that, and Barcelona are in the mood for more. Rolfa. It's Macario for Lawrence, who's got a lot of grass in front of her. Mishka for James, just not quite in her path.
Well, this is what this situation poses a problem about. You've got Lauren James up there on her own because Macario was dropping in to allow that midfield to be able to block off those passes centrally and in the wide areas. But you need more from Lauren James. You need her to get her on the ball. You need her to work a little bit more.
Barcelona scoring. Failed to score in successive Champions League games in 8 years. Aitana Bonmati's goal. Everybody now on the edge of their seats. Here she is again. She'll find that same corner again. Oh, through for Graham Hansen. Could cut it across. It's going to be a corner. Doing just enough, Chelsea here.
Yeah, it could easily be two, couldn't it? Again, leaving Aitana Bonmati free in this area. Lauren switched off for a second. And then, in turn, Charles switched off a little bit. I have to say, it's very good defending also.
Parueno will take this corner. She's whipped that in all right, and an awkward one for Hannah Hampton. It stayed in play as well. Still alive, this for Barcelona. Rolfa. Chelsea are rocking a bit here. Patrick the target in the centre. It's in towards her now. And Hannah Hampton will keep hold of it. The flag does go up anyway. And half an hour in, and after that goal, you can just see Chelsea rocking a bit.
Yeah, it's a good ball in. Chelsea are dealing with that short corner a little bit better, but then you have to send another player out, which leaves you a player short. Hampton does well to get something on that because it was whipped right in on that back post.
This is a 5th Champions League semi-final for Chelsea. Just one win. They got there in 2021. They beat Bayern. James for Macario. And back for Lauren James, who cuts it across. Surely, oh my word! The flag is up anyway. Melanie Leupolz. Extraordinary.
I was waiting for that flag to go up and it didn't come up. She looks onside to me. Doesn't matter anyway, but that's what you need more from Chelsea, just getting forward, keeping the ball. It's all about keeping the ball, getting players in the box.
Leupolz, she hasn't scored this season in the UEFA Women's Champions League. Some 900 days actually since the last club goal. That did come in this competition against Savetta.
cuidado al Chelsea, cuidadín, que tiraba ahí, rechaza desde la valla. ¡Ay, madre mía! ¿Para dónde Cata? Madre mía.
Finish. Wonderful team goal with a wonderful strike on the end of it. Patrick shoots and she wants a penalty. She's got one. Handball against Kadisha Buchanan. Stephanie Frappard points to the spot. It's definitely hit her arm, but it will be checked. It is being checked. Positioning of Salma Paraluelo behind Buchanan might be the issue here. It will not stand. Let off for Chelsea. Well, 100 minutes coming up. This is it, surely, for Barcelona. Nodded back in and Putellas wide. The two-time Ballon d'Or winner off the bench, and she's missed. With the last kick of the game, 100 minutes on the clock, and that's it. Not redemption yet for Chelsea against Barca. The UEFA Champions League is back, and with it comes a swift reunion for Real Madrid and Chelsea. These two grouped together last season, with the Blues coming out on top. Cleared that convincingly. There is Olga Carmona. Oh, huge deflection, and Real Madrid in front with their first shot. Here's Lawrence. Arriving is Niamh Charles, brilliant equaliser. Carter pointing to where she wants the run to go. Sam Kerr obliges, that is brilliant. Sam Kerr for 2-1. Oh, it's a brilliant stop from Nissa Rodriguez. Still it's 1-1. Charles here, standing it up brilliantly for Kerr. And Chelsea have turned it around. Castillo closes in here. That's a foul from Fleming. It's going to be a... Oh, no, it's a penalty! Well, surely it should have been a free kick, but the penalty is going to stand. Huge call. It's
It's Olga Carmona again. And it's in. 2 shots all night, both from her. They've both got in.
Perhaps by a sense of injustice. This is Lauren James. Lovely effort. And Fleming on the rebound.
No, yo estoy hablando todo lo contrario, que muy buen partido de las canadienses y que Colombia, y que yo estoy preocupada porque Colombia va a enfrentar a Canadá.
Final seconds, literally. Forward by Bright. Neve Charles to win it for Chelsea. No, the flag's up. It can't be. Well, it can't be against Neve Charles anyway. She came from deep. Sam Kerr is offside. She challenges for it. Maybe that's why the call's been made. And Emma Hayes won't believe this. Her side have been excellent. Fortune has favoured Real Madrid for sure. It is a point each on opening night.
Big game follows big game for Chelsea. Now it's Paris on Champions League duty. Sam Kerr has the armband with Millie Bright still out. James, floaty way. Oh, what a ball! And it's in from Kerr. The Blues in front on half an hour. It is all about the quality of the delivery here from Lauren James. Captain for the night, Sam Kerr. Timed her run perfectly. What a pass. It's deep, and the header is a loopy one, and it's in! Over Berger, Carter on the line couldn't keep it out. Theo Grebeval has brought Paris level. Kirby moving it on beautifully to Kanarud, and Kerr! 2-1! Huge couple of minutes at the beginning of this second half. With the half-time substitute Frank Kirby involved, Kanarud puts it on a plate for Kerr just like James did earlier, and that Berger save at the other end looks huge now. Berger going long. Sissoko got caught under it. Sam Kerr here. The lob is on, and the lob is in! What a way to get your hat-trick. And what a night for Sam Kerr. All 3 of Chelsea's goals at the Bridge. On the night she wears the armband, this is the best of the lot. Perisic. And in goal, 4-1. Don't see those very often. Sophie Ingle goals. Maybe a couple a season. She's timed that run well.
It is match day 3 in the UEFA Women's Champions League, and in Group D it's Chelsea versus BK Häcken at Stamford Bridge. The Swedish side, the surprise package so far. They've won both of their games, but victory for Chelsea here tonight will take them to the top of the section. Here's Frank Kirby on the slides, trickled just wide. Players round the penalty spot, over comes the corner. Kerr managed to hook it toward goal. Wasn't far off the target. Ingle put a foot in to regain possession. This is Wrighton finding Neve Charles. Charles teasing, looking for the give and go with Kirby. It's Charles into the side netting. Space for Wrighton, left-hand side. This is Guro Wrighton. Well, she squared it back for Cuthbert, and she's hit the crossbar. And Kirby can't put it in. The referee's given a free kick to Häcken after all of that. Well, Erin Cuthbert couldn't do any more than that. She's not quite as dominant in the second half as they were the first. That's a nice pass from Cuthbert, though. And here's Ritten Kanrud, and that was the moment. They've just not passed yet. Johanna Ritten Kanrud scored against their old club. Good corner, good header too, and it grazed the crossbar from Kerr. James guided it in with a Beautiful ball. Kerr's looping headers in, but the flag is up and it won't count. Charles sweeping one left-hand side for Lauren James. James going to go for goal herself, and the goalkeeper got it away from danger with Fischl lurking. Didn't save that from Jennifer Folk. Daisy cutter of an effort from Lauren James. That will surely be that. Chelsea are in Sweden on match day 4 of the UEFA Women's Champions League as the Blues take on Häcken for the second time in less than a week. If Chelsea are victorious in what is their final game of 2023, they will go top of the section. Chelsea had 22 shots last week at Stamford Bridge, hit the frame of the goal twice. Here's the Rissy though. It's a good ball in as well. Oh, what an effort off the face of the crossbar from Anvegard. To Canary. Small smattering of boos when she gets the ball, the former Häcken player. Heading for the dead ball line. Oh, lovely movement from Kerr, who can stick it in for 1-0 Chelsea. Super Sam Kerr at it again in the Champions League. It's her 5th goal of the group stage already. Ball over the top to get Uwcl away. She's so quick, Uwcl. It's a brilliant ball in and they're level. Larissa Larissi. Well, Häcken have been on the back foot really since the first whistle, but they found an equaliser here. Here's Kerr. Cuthbert touched it off for Sophie Ingle. Oh, what a save, Jennifer Folk. Trying to stop the break. She did well. Here's Larissi. It's a good run as well. Danger here, and off the face of the crossbar again from Anvegard, and then the follow-up from Kafaji, easily saved, but the danger's not gone yet. Kafaji's still trying to make something of it. Ingle hacked it away. Rissy had a swipe. Canary looking for the return ball from Lawrence. Put it in first time. Header away as far as Ingle. Cuthbert's got some space here. It's Erin Cuthbert for 2-1 Chelsea. Lovely finish from Cuthbert. Her second goal in the space of a few days. First touch. Here's Cuthbert. And still, Erin Cuthbert. Oh, it's squeezed in. And it's 3-1. And Chelsea have got some daylight now.
All over Europe, it's a definitive night in the group stage of the Champions League, and that includes for Chelsea here, back at the Bridge. Quickly, having dispatched Manchester United at the weekend, now it's Real Madrid. They grabbed a point against the Blues on the opening night. She does get it now, Fran Kirby. Pushing in the middle, more arriving. Oh, lovely way to pass. Erin Cuthbert. First clear-sided goal tonight, and it's on target from the Blues skipper. Lovely ball from Ropolz. Neve Charles into right, and that looked like a foul. It was. Penalty to Chelsea. This to put Chelsea on course. In it goes. Welcome back to the Blues, Gura Wrighton. Stamford Bridge in celebratory mood again here. Alongside Lauren James here. Barnes has gone for them to pitch way out. Match day 1. Going for it here, taking on Catalan, who can't touch her. This for 2-0 would have been a brilliant goal. Instead, it's a brilliant save. 10 goals this season for Chelsea's number 10. 7 of them had come here at the Bridge. That was nearly another. Muller. What a pass that is for Razzo. There's a goal on the end of this. It's going to be brilliant. And it is. Del Castillo, the substitute, makes it 1-1 on the end of a quite superb counter-attack. Chelsea just cannot shake Real Madrid. Hannah Hampton made the initial save. Is in here, maybe. Well, there's the response. Barely 2 minutes, and the Blues lead again. It's probably an own goal. Doesn't really matter either way. That superb Real Madrid goal counts for absolutely nothing. Certainly not on target until the reflex attempt from Real's keeper. 2-1. Time for the final act this week of the UEFA Champions League group stage. Champions of England have come to Paris, already certain of a seeded quarter-final place. Pressure off on match day 6 for Chelsea, certainly not for Paris, who have to win and hope that Hacken do not. Jones. By Newskin. Plenty of time here. Jankovic, who's hung it up there. Frank Kirby, 1-0. So easy. All that time and space, both for the crosser and the finisher. Dream start for Chelsea. Flipped on towards Mathilde Bourdieu. Decent effort. One on target finally. Uwcl, right back. That's a good ball. It's another wayward shot though. Shoulder. See you later. Uwcl, Fischl. Oh, it's in! It's gone through. Maybe the legs of Ndozi. It's another soft goal to concede. Chelsea won't care. That's surely done it. Whatever happens in the other game, doesn't look like Paris are qualifying now. Nicely taken. Matteo here. Oh, surely Dufour! Well, I think that's the worst of the lot. She can't believe it. Good spinning ball. Oh, Gura Wrighton! It's 3! It's a gift! Uwcl left it for a keeper, and Gura Wrighton, who could have scored a few at Brighton at the weekend, has scored from the bench here. Goal scorer takes the corner in towards Melda. 4-0. Well, it's flattering, but it is clinical. That's 4 attempts on target for Chelsea. They've all gone in. This is ruthless.
Chelsea's mammoth march continues in Amsterdam with the Blues facing Ajax at the Johan Cruyff Arena, the first leg of the Champions League quarter-final. Wrighton, Cuthbert. Managing to win it back. It's going to break through Lauren James's way. She thinks she's offside, but she'll put it in anyway. Right, and asking the question. Goal given, and Lauren James does have her first Champions League goal of the season, and Chelsea lead with 20 minutes on the clock. Well, she was so calm here, which we shouldn't be surprised at. She's definitely onside. I think she thought she was off though. Brilliant tenacity from Wrighton. A little bit of luck with the way it ricocheted back to James, but how about that for a cool finish? Cannon. Wrighton. Newskin, 2-0. And this one surely will stand. Shoka Newskin again. What an eye for goal she's got. And Wrighton, having just had one chalked off, well, she's definitely onside there, isn't she? Really high quality delivery, and on the slide, Newskin makes it 2. Just before half-time. It's Kat Macario. Newskin wants it played her way. There she is, 3-0. 1 foot in the semi-final, surely. 2 for Newskin for the second game running. Macario made it just off the bench. Newskin all alone. She's such a nuisance. It's Ajax 0, Chelsea 3.
A week on from a near-perfect night in Amsterdam, Chelsea look to finish the job against Ajax for a place in the Champions League semi-final. Jones here. Second chance to get it into Cuthbert, and that was close. That was really close. Chance for each skipper at each end here. from Cuthbert. Oh, Musovic, what's she done here? Oh, and it's wide. Lap of the god stuff as Hoekstra closed in, and the gods have smiled on Musovic. Now, Ramirez, how's your touch? It's excellent, it's in! Make that 1 foot and 4 toes in the semi-final. Mayra Ramirez, first European appearance for Chelsea. She's marked it with a really well-taken goal. Cuthbert played her part as ever. Brighton found the Colombian, and she found the net. 4-0 on aggregate. That's a lovely weight of pass. And it's in! Well, I think you'd have to say over the piece they deserve it. Grant equalises. We've got half an hour to get 3 more. It's not going to happen. She's definitely onside. Musovic won't be overly chuffed with that. Onside here. Looked lovely turn. She's got the better of Carter, but not the better of Musovic. That's a brilliant save. Her best of the night by distance. It is just not happening. Ajax's all-time top scorer in this tie.
Well, the cups are gone, but the big double is still on for Chelsea. On Champions League semi-final duty, they face the team who've shattered their dreams twice before, the holders, Barcelona. Tony Bonmati threatening to start running this show. Still to find an effort on target, Barcelona. They've scored just over 100 goals on league duty. That's a beautiful bit of play there from Cup.
second time in less than a week. Chelsea are victorious in what is their final game of 2023. They will go top of the section. They have 22 shots in this week. Bridge hit the frame of the goal twice. Here's Mersey though. Good ball in as well. Oh, and what an effort off the face of the crossbar from Amvergaard. Luton Canary smattering of booze when she gets the ball, the former Häcken player. Heading to their ball line. Oh, lovely movement from Kerr, who can stick it in for 1-0 Chelsea. Super Sam Kerr at it again in the Champions League. It's her 5th goal of the group stage already. Ball over the top to get Uwcl away. She's so quick, Uwcl. It's a brilliant ball in and they're level. Larissa. Well, Häcken have been on the back foot really since the first whistle, but they found an equaliser here. Cuthbert touched it off for Sophie Ingle. Oh, what a save, Jennifer Folk. So trying to stop the break, and she did well. There's Larissa. Oh, it's a good run as well. Danger here, and off the face of the crossbar again from Amvergaard, and then the follow-up from Kafaji. Easily safe, but the danger's not gone yet. Kafaji's still trying to make something of it. Ingle hacked it away. Mersey had a swipe. Canary looking for the return ball from Lawrence. Put it in first time. Header away as far as Ingle. Cuthbert's got some space here. It's Erin Cuthbert for 2-1 Chelsea. Lovely finish from Cuthbert. Her second goal in the space of a few days. Lawrence. First touch. Here's Cuthbert. And still, Erin Cuthbert. Oh, it's squeezed in. And it's 3-1. And Chelsea have got some daylight now.
All over Europe, it's a definitive night in the group stage of the Champions League, and that includes for Chelsea here, back at the Bridge. Quickly, having dispatched Manchester United at the weekend, now it's Real Madrid. They grabbed a point against the Blues on the opening night. She does get it now, Fran Kirby. Bishop in the middle, more arriving. Oh, lovely way to pass. Erin Cuthbert. First clear-sided goal tonight. And it's on target from the Blues skipper. Well, that's a lovely ball from Leupolz. Lee Charles into right, and that looked like a foul. It was. Penalty to Chelsea. This to put Chelsea on course. In it goes. Welcome back to the Blues, Guru Wrighton. Stamford Bridge in celebratory mood again here. Onside Lauren James here. Barnes against the bench against Real in match day 1. Going for it here, taking on Catalan, who can't touch her. This for 2-0 would have been a brilliant goal. Instead, it's a brilliant save. 10 goals this season for Chelsea's number 10. 7 of them had come here at the Bridge. That was nearly another. Muller. What a pass that is for Razzo. There's a goal on the end of this. It's going to be brilliant. And it is. Del Castillo, the substitute, makes it 1-1 on the end of a quite superb counter-attack. Chelsea just cannot shake Real Madrid. Hannah Hampton made the initial save. What will the Chelsea response be? Blue shirts forward, that's the answer. And Cuthbert is in here, maybe. Well, there's the response. Barely 2 minutes, and the Blues lead again. It's probably an own goal. Doesn't really matter either way. That superb Real Madrid goal counts for absolutely nothing. That's certainly not on target until the reflex attempt from Real's keeper. 2-1. It's time for the final acts this week of the UEFA Champions League group stage. Champions of England have come to Paris, already certain of a seeded quarter-final place. Pressure off on match day 6 for Chelsea, certainly not for Paris, who have to win and hope that Häcken do not. Jones. Flicked on by Newskin. Plenty of time here. Jankovic, who's hung it up there. Frank Kirby, 1-0. So easy. All that time and space, both for the crosser and the finisher. Dream start for Chelsea. Flicked on towards Mathilde Bourdieu. Decent effort. One on target finally. Julie Soye from right back. That's a good ball. It's another wayward shot though. Pushing in the middle. Picking up Jankovic. It's a nice drop of the shoulder. See you later. Julie Soye. Official. Oh, it's in! It's gone through. Maybe the legs of Ndozi. It's another soft goal to concede. Chelsea won't care. That's surely done it. Whatever happens in the other game, wouldn't look like Paris are qualifying now. Nicely taken. Matteo here. Oh, surely Dufour! Well, I think that's the worst of the lot. She can't believe it. Spinning ball. Oh, Gura Wrighton! It's 3! It's a gift! Julie Soye left it for a keeper, and Gura Wrighton, who could have scored a few at Brighton at the weekend, has scored from the bench here. Right, the goal scorer takes the corner in towards Melda. 4-0! Well, it's flattering, but it is clinical. That's 4 attempts on target for Chelsea. They've all gone in. This is ruthless.
Chelsea's mammoth march continues in Amsterdam with the Blues facing Ajax at the Johan Cruyff Arena, the first leg of the Champions League quarter-final. Brighton, Cuthbert. Brighton managing to win it back. It's going to break through Lauren James's way. She thinks she's offside, but she'll put it in anyway. Brighton asking the question. Goal given, and Lauren James does have her first Champions League goal of the season, and Chelsea lead with 20 minutes on the clock. Well, she was so calm here, which we shouldn't be surprised at. She's definitely onside. I think she thought she was off though. Brilliant tenacity from Wrighton. A little bit of luck with the way it ricocheted back to James, but how about that for a cool finish? Buchanan. Wrighton. Newskin, 2-0. And this one surely will stand. Sjoeke Newskin again. What an eye for goal she's got. And Wrighton, having just had one chalked off, well, she's definitely onside there, isn't she? Really high quality delivery, and on the slide, Newskin makes it 2. Just before half-time. Here's Kat Macario. Newskin wants it played her way. There she is, 3-0. 1 foot in the semi-final, surely. 2 for Newskin for the second game running. Macario made it just off the bench. Newskin all alone. She's such a nuisance. It's Ajax 0, Chelsea 3.
A week on from a near-perfect night in Amsterdam, Chelsea look to finish the job against Ajax for a place in the Champions League semi-final. Jones here. Second chance to get it into Cuthbert, and that was close. That was really close. Chance for each skipper at each end here. But oh, Musovic, what's she done here? Oh, and it's wide. Lap of the god stuff as Hoekstra closed in, and the gods have smiled on Musovic. Now, Ramirez, how's your touch? It's excellent, it's in. Make that 1 foot and 4 toes in the semi-final. Myra Ramirez, first European appearance for Chelsea. She's marked it with a really well-taken goal. Cuthbert played her part as ever. Wrighton found the Colombian, and she found the net. 4-0 on aggregate. That's a lovely weight of pass. And it's in. Well, I think you'd have to say over the piece they deserve it. Grant equalises. We've got half an hour to get 3 more. It's not going to happen. She's definitely onside. Vucevic won't be overly chuffed with that. Onside here, looked up. Lovely turn. She's got the better of Carter, but not the better of Vucevic. That's a brilliant save. Her best of the night by a distance. It is just not happening for Ajax's all-time top scorer in this tie.
Well, the cups are gone, but the big double is still on for Chelsea. On Champions League semi-final duty, they face the team who've shattered their dreams twice before, the holders, Barcelona. Tyler Bonmati threatening to start running this show. Still to find an effort on target, Barcelona. They've scored just over 100 goals on league duty. That's a beautiful bit of play there from Cuthbert into Newskin, who's kept her composure well, and so has Cuthbert. Chance here, brilliant goal! Chelsea strike first, and hard, through the captain. Fantastic from Ramirez, from Newskin, and from Cuthbert. So cool, and look at the finish. Wonderful team goal, with a wonderful strike on the end of it. Patrick shoots, and she wants a penalty. She's got one. Handball against Kadisha Buchanan. Stephanie Frappard points to the spot. It's definitely hit her arm, but it will be checked. It is being checked. Positioning of Salma Paraluelo behind Buchanan might be the issue here. It will not stand. Let off for Chelsea. Well, 100 minutes coming up. This is it, surely, for Barcelona. Nodded back in, and Putellas wide. The 2-time Ballon d'Or winner off the bench, and she's missed. With the last kick of the game, 100 minutes on the clock, and that's it. No redemption yet for Chelsea against Barca.
The UEFA Champions League is back, and with it comes a swift reunion from Real Madrid and Chelsea. These two grouped together last season, the Blues coming out on top. Cleared that convincingly. Here is Olga Carmona. Oh, huge deflection, and Real Madrid in front with their first shot. It's Lawrence. Arriving is Niamh Charles, brilliant equaliser. Sam Kerr obliges, that is brilliant. Sam Kerr for 2-1. Oh, it's a brilliant stop from Missa Rodriguez. Charles here, standing it up brilliantly for Kerr! And Chelsea have turned it around. Del Castillo closes in here. Well, that's a foul from Fleming. It's going to be a... Oh, no, it's a penalty! Surely it should have been a free kick, but the penalty is going to stand. Huge call, and it's Olga Carmona again. And it's in. 2 shots all night, both from her. They've both got in. Chelsea pushed on perhaps by a sense of injustice. This is Lauren James, lovely effort, and Fleming on the rebound. It is just not going the Blues' way here. Final seconds, literally, forward by Bright. Niamh Charles to win it for Chelsea. No, the flag's up. It can't be. Well, it can't be against Niamh Charles anyway. She came from deep. Sam Kerr is offside. She challenges for it. Maybe that's why the call's been made. And Emma Hayes won't believe this. Her side have been excellent. The fortune has favoured Real Madrid for sure. It is a point each on opening night.
Big game follows big game for Chelsea. Now it's Paris on Champions League duty. Sam Kerr has the armband with Millie Bright still out. James, floaty way. Oh, what a ball! And it's in from Kerr! The Blues in front on half an hour. It is all about the quality of the delivery here from Lauren James. Captain for the night, Sam Kerr, timed to run perfectly. What a pass. First corner. As we approach the end of the first half, Tino delivers. It's deep. And the header is a loopy one, and it's in! Over Berger. Carter on the line couldn't keep it out. Theo Grebeval has brought Paris level. Kirby moving it on beautifully to Canarud and Kerr! 2-1. Huge couple of minutes at the beginning of this second half. With the half-time substitute Frank Kirby involved, Canarud puts it on a plate for Kerr just like James did earlier. And that Berger save at the other end looks huge now. Going long. Sissoko got caught under it. Sam Kerr here. The lob is on. And the lob is in! What a way to get your hat-trick. And what a night for Sam Kerr. All three of Chelsea's goals at the bridge. On the night she wears the armband, this is the best of the lot. And in goal, 4-1. Don't see those very often. Sophie Ingle goals, maybe a couple a season. She's timed that run well.
It is match day 3 in the UEFA Women's Champions League, and in Group D it's Chelsea versus BK Häcken at Stamford Bridge. The Swedish side, the surprise package so far. They've won both of their games, but victory for Chelsea here tonight will take them to the top of the section. Here's Frank Kirby on the slide, trickled just wide. Players around the penalty spot, over comes the corner. Kerr managed to hook it toward goal. Wasn't far off the target. Will put a foot in to regain possession. This is Wrighton finding Neve Charles. Charles teasing, looking for the give and go with Kirby. It's Charles into the side netting. Look at the space for Wrighton, left-hand side. This is Guro Wrighton. Well, she squared it back for Cuthbert and she's hit the crossbar. And Kirby can't put it in. And the referee's given a free kick to Häcken after all of that. Well, Erin Cuthbert couldn't do any more than that. She's quite as dominant in the second half as they were the first. That's a nice pass from Cuthbert, though. And here's Ritten Canrud, and that was the moment. Danger's not passed yet. And Johanna Ritten Canrud almost scored against her old club. Good corner, good header too, and it grazed the crossbar from Kerr. James. Guided it with a left foot, beautiful ball. Kerr's looping header's in, but the flag is up, and it won't count. Charles sweeping on left-hand side for Lauren James. James going to go for goal herself, and the goalkeeper got it away from danger. Official lurking. Didn't save that from Jennifer Folk. Daisy cutter of an effort from Lauren James. That will surely be that. Chelsea are in Sweden on match day 4 of the UEFA Women's Champions League as the Blues take on Häcken for the second time in less than a week. Chelsea are victorious in what is their final game of 2023. They will go top of the section. Chelsea had 20 shots last week at Stamford Bridge. Hit the frame of the goal twice. Here's the Riccido. Good ball in as well. Oh, what an effort off the face of the crossbar from Andergaard. Canarud smattering of boots when she gets the ball, the former Häcken player. Heading to the dead ball line. Lovely movement from Kerr, who can stick it in for 1-0 Chelsea. Super Sam Kerr at it again in the Champions League. It's her 5th goal of the group stage already. Ball over the top to get Uwcl away. She's so quick, Uwcl. It's a brilliant ball in and they're level. Larissa. Well, Häcken have been on the back foot really since the first whistle, but they found an equaliser here. Here's Kerr. Cuthbert touched it off for Sophie Ingle. Oh, what a save, Jennifer Folk. So trying to stop the break. She did well. Here's Larissa. It's a good run as well. Danger here, and off the face of the crossbar again from Ambigard, and then the follow-up from Kafaji. Easily saved, but the danger's not gone yet. Kafaji still trying to make something of it. Ingle hacked it away. Mersey had a swipe. Canary looking for the return ball from Lawrence. Put it in first time. Header away as far as Ingle. Cuthbert's got some space here. It's Erin Cuthbert for 2-1 Chelsea. Lovely finish from Cuthbert. Her 2nd goal in the space of a few days. Lawrence. First touch. Here's Cuthbert. And still, Erin Cuthbert. Oh, it's squeezed in. And it's 3-1. And Chelsea have got some daylight now.
All over Europe, it's a definitive night in the group stage of the Champions League, and that includes for Chelsea here, back at the Bridge. Quickly, having dispatched Manchester United at the weekend, now it's Real Madrid. They grabbed a point against the Blues on the opening night. She does get it now, Fran Kirby. Official in the middle, more arriving. Oh, lovely way to pass. Erin Cuthbert. First clear-sided goal tonight. And it's on target from the Blues skipper. It's a lovely ball from Blue Colts. Need Charles into right, and that looked like a foul. It was. Penalty to Chelsea. This to put Chelsea on course. In it goes. Welcome back to the Blues, Gura Wrighton. Stamford Bridge in celebratory mood again here. Onside Lauren James here. Way out. That's no one. Going for it here, taking on Catalan, who can't touch her. This for 2-0 would have been a brilliant goal. Instead, it's a brilliant save. 10 goals this season for Chelsea's number 10. 7 of them had come here at the Bridge. That was nearly another. Muller. What a pass that is for Razzo. There's a goal on the end of this. It's going to be brilliant. And it is. Del Castillo, the substitute, makes it 1-1 on the end of a quite superb counter-attack. Chelsea just cannot shake Real Madrid. Hannah Hampton made the initial save. Chelsea response B. It's going to play with blue shirts forward. That's the answer. And Cuthbert is in here, maybe. Well, there's the response. Barely 2 minutes, and the Blues lead again. It's probably an own goal. Doesn't really matter either way. That superb Real Madrid goal counts for absolutely nothing. That's certainly not on target until the reflex attempt from Real's keeper. 2-1. It's time for the final acts this week of the UEFA Champions League group stage. Champions of England have come to Paris, already certain of a seeded quarter-final place. Pressure off on match day 6 for Chelsea, certainly not for Paris, who have to win and hope that Häcken do not. Jones hooked on by Newskin. Plenty of time here. Jankovic, who's hung it up there. Fran Kirby, 1-0. So easy. All that time and space, both for the crosser and the finisher. Dream start for Chelsea. Flipped on towards Mathilde Bourdieu. Decent effort. One on target finally. Soye from right back. That's a good ball. It's another wayward shot though. Whistle in the middle. Nice drop of the shoulder. See you later, Julie Soyer. Official. Oh, it's in! It's gone through. Maybe the legs of Ndozi. It's another soft goal to concede. Chelsea won't care. That's surely done it. Whatever happens in the other game, doesn't look like Paris are qualifying now. Nicely taken. Matteo here. Oh, surely Dufour! Well, I think that's the worst of the lot. She can't believe it. Good spinning ball. Oh, Gura Wrighton! It's 3! It's a gift! Julie Sway left it for her keeper, and Gura Wrighton, who could have scored a few at Brighton at the weekend, has scored from the bench here. Goal scorer takes the corner in towards Melda. 4-0. Well, it's flattering, but it is clinical. That's 4 attempts on target for Chelsea. They've all gone in. This is ruthless.
Chelsea's mammoth march continues in Amsterdam, with the Blues facing Ajax at the Johan Cruyff Arena. First leg of the Champions League quarter-final. Brighton, Cuthbert. Managing to win it back. It's going to break through Lauren James's way. She thinks she's offside, but she'll put it in anyway. Brighton asking the question. Goal given, and Lauren James does have her first Champions League goal of the season, and Chelsea lead with 20 minutes on the clock. Well, she was so calm here, which we shouldn't be surprised at. She's definitely onside. I think she thought she was off though. Brilliant tenacity from Wrighton. A little bit of luck with the way it ricocheted back to James, but how about that for a cool finish? Buchanan. Wrighton. Nusken, 2-0. And this one surely will stand. Sjoeke Nusken again. What an eye for goal she's got. And Wrighton, having just had one chalked off, well, she's definitely onside there, isn't she? Really high quality delivery, and on the slide, Nusken makes it 2. Just before half-time. There's Kat Macario. Nusken wants it played her way. There she is, 3-0. 1 foot in the semi-final, surely. 2 for Nusken for the second game running. Macario made it just off the bench. Nusken all alone. She's such a nuisance. It's Ajax 0, Chelsea 3.
A week on from a near-perfect night in Amsterdam, Chelsea look to finish the job against Ajax for a place in the Champions League semi-final. Eva Jones here. Second chance to get it into Cuthbert, and that was close. That was really close. Chance for each skipper at each end here. But oh, Musovic, what's she done here? Oh, and it's wide. Lap of the god stuff as Hoekstra closed in. And the gods have smiled on Musovic. Now, Ramirez, how's your touch? It's excellent, it's in. Make that 1 foot and 4 toes in the semi-final. Myra Ramirez, first European appearance for Chelsea.